Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a nice idea if everyone can leave a comment and let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. It happened a few months ago, but I still think about it almost every day. I'm a college student, and I've been babysitting for a while to make some extra money. One evening, I got a call for a regular babysitting job. The family I usually worked for lived in a nice neighborhood, so I wasn't worried about the safety of the place. I arrived, met the parents as usual, and they left for their dinner date. Everything was normal. The kid I was watching, Ethan, was a sweet boy, around 8 years old. We watched TV for a while, and then he went to bed like he always did. I didn't expect anything out of the ordinary. The parents had told me they would be back by 10, and it was about 9:30 when my phone rang. I looked at the screen and saw the number listed as Dad on the caller ID. I thought nothing of it, maybe he was just calling to check in, but I answered. "Hello?" I said, trying to sound cheerful. "Hey, this is Ethan's dad," the voice on the other end said. It was deep, but something about it felt a little off. "How's everything going?" "Everything's fine," I replied. "He went to bed about 20 minutes ago. Should be asleep soon." Good, he said. There was a pause before he spoke again. "Hey, I just wanted to ask you something real quick." "Sure," I said, a little confused, but still calm. I was wondering if Ethan's been acting strange lately. Maybe, more quiet or distant. Has he been doing anything unusual? I was a little taken aback by the question. I mean, Ethan was a quiet kid, but I hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. No, not really. He's been fine. Just like usual. "Okay," he said, sounding a little too relaxed. "That's good to hear. How's the house? Everything all right?" "The house is fine," I said, starting to feel a little uneasy. "Nothing wrong with it." Another pause, longer this time. The man's voice dropped, and he asked, "Have you checked the locks on the doors?" I felt a cold chill run down my spine. I knew I had locked the door when I got in. In fact, I'd even checked again when Ethan went to bed just to be sure. "Yes, the doors are locked," I said, trying to sound normal. "Everything's fine." Okay, just making sure. You never know with these things." The conversation was starting to feel a little strange, like he was asking me about the house as if he was trying to make sure something was still in place. My mind started to race. Why was he asking these questions? Was it just concern, or was there something more going on? "Is Ethan okay?" I asked, trying to bring the conversation back to him. "I mean, why are you asking about all of this?" "Well, like I said, just checking in. Just want to make sure everything's all right," he replied. There was something about his tone that felt off, like he wasn't being fully honest. "Okay, well, everything's fine here," I said, trying to cut the conversation short. I was about to hang up when he spoke again, his voice a little quieter now. "Listen," he said, lowering his voice. "I'm gonna be home in about 10 minutes. But I need you to do something for me before I get there." I didn't like where this was going. "What's that?" "Check the windows," he said. "Make sure all of them are locked. Every single one." My heart began to pound in my chest. I told myself it was probably nothing, that maybe he was just worried because it was late. But it felt too strange. I didn't want to make a scene, but I felt the urge to end the call. Still, I didn't want to seem rude. "Okay, I'll check them," I said, trying to stay calm. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, everything's fine. I'll be there soon." "Just check the windows, all right?" he repeated. I agreed, though my mind was racing. I was starting to feel paranoid, but I got up and began walking around the house. I checked the windows in the living room, the kitchen, and the dining room, making sure they were locked. I moved through the house quickly, my heart hammering in my chest. When I checked the last window in the back, I froze. There was something off about it. It was locked, but the curtain was slightly pulled back just enough to see someone standing on the other side of the glass. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't tell who it was, but they were standing still, just staring at me through the window. I quickly pulled the curtain back into place, my heart pounding in my chest. My hand shook as I pulled my phone out again to call the police, but before I could do anything, my phone rang once more. The number on the screen read Dad. I took a deep breath before answering, trying to sound calm. "Hello?" "Hey," the man said, but his voice didn't sound right. It was lower now, almost rasping. "You checked the windows, right?" I didn't know what to say. My mind was racing. The person standing outside couldn't have been the father, could it? The voice on the phone didn't match what I heard outside. "Yeah, I checked," I said, trying to sound confident. But the truth was, I was terrified. "Everything's fine." There was a long pause on the other end of the line, and then he said, "You sure?" "Yeah," I replied, my voice shaking. "I'm sure." "I'll be home soon," he said. "Just don't let anyone in, okay? Don't answer the door for anyone but me." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded, even though he couldn't see me. As soon as I hung up, I bolted for the front door, locked it again, and grabbed my phone. I called the parents, but the line went straight to voicemail. I didn't know what to do next. The situation felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on why. After a few long minutes, I heard the sound of a car pulling up outside. I peeked through the blinds, and for a moment, I thought I saw someone walking toward the front door. My heart stopped. But then, I saw the headlights, and a car pulled up to the driveway. The real father. I felt the tension leave my body as I unlocked the door and opened it. "Everything all right?" he asked, walking in. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to tell him about the call, about the man on the phone, but I didn't. It was just too weird. He looked at me curiously but didn't ask any more questions. I didn't babysit for that family again. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, or worse, pretending to be someone else. I still don't know what happened, but I didn't feel safe in that house after that night. I'll never forget that day. It started out like any other, but it ended up being one of the most unsettling experiences I've ever had. I was on my way to a friend's house, just driving down the main road, when I noticed my car pulling to the side a bit. At first, I thought it was nothing, maybe just the road being a little uneven, but then I heard a soft thumping sound. I looked at my rearview mirror, and that's when I saw it, my tire was going flat. I didn't panic immediately, but I knew I couldn't just keep driving on it. I started looking for a place to stop, and just a few blocks away, I saw a mechanic shop. It looked like the kind of place that would still be open at that hour, and I figured it would be better to get the tire fixed now than to wait and risk making things worse. So I pulled into the lot, parked, and got out of the car, hoping someone could help me. A guy came out of the garage almost immediately. He was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, wearing a grease-stained shirt and a cap. He didn't look like the most friendly person, but I wasn't too concerned. I just needed my tire fixed. Flat tire, huh? He said, walking up to me with his hands in his pockets. His voice was low, but he didn't sound annoyed or anything. Yeah, I said, I was hoping you could fix it for me. I'm on my way to a friend's house, so I'm kind of in a hurry. He nodded slowly, like he was thinking about something. I can help you, sure. But I'll need to take a look at the whole car. It'll be easier to fix it if I can check everything first. I wasn't sure why he needed to check the whole car when all I needed was a tire change, but it didn't seem like a huge deal. I didn't want to seem difficult. Okay, I said, as long as it doesn't take too long. He didn't respond right away. He just walked around the car, inspecting it as if he was looking for something else. I stood there for a moment, feeling a little uncomfortable but trying to brush it off. I watched him move around my car, but something about the way he kept looking at me made me uneasy. He finally came back around to me, rubbing his chin. You know, this tire looks like it's been like this for a while, he said. It's probably a good idea to check the rest of the car. Let me take a look at the undercarriage too, just in case. It might save you from more issues down the line. I didn't want to argue. I wasn't really car savvy, and I didn't want to risk something else going wrong. Okay, sure, I said, but I really can't be here too long. Can we just focus on the tire? He smiled at me then, but it didn't reach his eyes. There was something off about it. Don't worry, he said, I'll take care of it. Just hand me your keys. I'll take it inside, and I'll get it fixed up. Something about that didn't sit right with me. My keys were in my hand, and I froze for a moment, wondering if I should just leave and find another place. But then I remembered that I was in a bad spot. I didn't know where else to go at this point, and it was late. I handed him the keys, trying to shake the uneasy feeling from my chest. He took them, but instead of turning to go inside like I expected, he just stood there for a moment, staring at the keys in his hand. You know, he said, I'm going to need a bit of extra time to really make sure everything's in good condition. We get a lot of cars in here with hidden problems, and I wouldn't want you to get stuck somewhere else with more issues. His tone was casual, but the words didn't feel right. I could feel my heart start to race. Extra time? I asked, my voice a little shaky now. I just need the tire fixed. I don't think there's anything else wrong. He smiled again, but this time it seemed forced. Trust me. It'll be quicker if I check everything now. I didn't know what to do. My gut was telling me something was wrong, but I didn't know how to back out without making a scene. I stood there, feeling like I was trapped between not wanting to cause trouble and the feeling that I needed to leave. I took a deep breath, trying to sound calm. I really just need the tire fixed, I said. I don't want you to do anything else right now. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he stepped closer, blocking my path slightly. I'm just trying to help you out, you know, he said, his voice softer now. But it's your choice. If you want to leave, that's fine. But I'm telling you, you're going to regret not letting me take a better look at the car. I could feel the tension in the air. The way he was standing in front of me, blocking my way, made it feel like he was trying to corner me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and every instinct in me was screaming to leave, to get back in my car and just drive away. I took another step back, looking around the parking lot. There weren't many other cars, and it was getting dark. The place felt abandoned, and the idea of being alone with him there made me feel sick. I think I'll just take my keys back and go, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I don't need your help. But when I reached out for the keys, he didn't let go. He held them tighter, his hand lingering on them like he wasn't going to let me take them back. "I'm not done with your car yet," he said, his voice a little more insistent now. "I really need to check it out. You're not going anywhere until I finish." I don't know why, but something in me snapped at that moment. I felt a surge of panic and anger. Without thinking, I yanked the keys out of his hand, and for a split second, I thought he was going to try to grab me or stop me, but instead, he just stood there, watching me. His eyes were cold now, like he didn't care what I did. He was just waiting for me to leave. I didn't wait another second. I rushed to my car, jumped in, and locked the door behind me. I drove out of the lot as fast as I could, not looking back. When I got home, I didn't know whether to be relieved or horrified by what had happened. I couldn't shake the feeling that he had been trying to trap me somehow, to keep me there longer than I was comfortable with. I'll never know what he really had planned, but I can't forget the way he wouldn't let go of my keys, the way he tried to block me from leaving. I never went back to that shop. I don't even know if that guy was really a mechanic. I still get nervous whenever I have to stop for car trouble, always wondering if I'll end up in the same situation again. I work as a handyman, mostly doing odd jobs for rental properties around the city. Most of my work is pretty standard, fixing leaky faucets, repairing drywall, and replacing light fixtures. Nothing ever out of the ordinary. That is, until I got a call about a new property that needed some attention. The landlord was an older guy, one of those quiet types who never seemed to have much to say. He was friendly enough, but I could tell there was something a little off about the place. The property was an old house, maybe 100 years old or so. It had a certain charm to it, with its creaky wooden floors and faded wallpaper. The landlord had mentioned that the house had been vacant for a while, but that it was now ready to rent out. He just needed me to go in, check a few things, and make sure everything was in working order before the new tenants arrived. I didn't think much of it at the time, just another job. But there was one thing that stuck with me from the start, the basement door. I didn't think much of it at first, just another door in the house, but when I went down to the basement to check the furnace, I noticed something strange. The door was locked. No big deal, right? You expect some doors to be locked in older houses. But when I asked the landlord about it, he seemed to get uncomfortable. "Ah, the basement, it's nothing. Just some old stuff down there," he said, brushing it off. "I wouldn't worry about it." That was the first red flag. He didn't really give me a solid answer, and there was something about the way he said it that felt off. I figured maybe he was just one of those people who didn't want to deal with the old stuff lying around in the basement, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it than that. I went about my work, but that door kept gnawing at the back of my mind. I checked the rest of the house, made the repairs, and kept coming back to that locked door in the basement. Something about it felt wrong, like it was hiding something. I didn't want to pry, but my curiosity kept growing. A couple of weeks went by, and the house was ready to rent. The landlord came by to inspect my work, and everything seemed fine. But I couldn't stop thinking about that locked basement door. I made a mental note to bring it up again, but when I did, the landlord just waved it off. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it," he repeated, almost too quickly. That was when I decided to just let it go. I figured the house was his, and if he didn't want to talk about the basement, it wasn't my place to ask. But deep down, I still couldn't stop thinking about that door. There was something about it that didn't sit right with me. It just felt like there was something hidden behind it, something the landlord didn't want anyone to know. Then, a few days ago, it happened. I got another call from the landlord. He needed me to come by the house to fix a couple of things, nothing major, just a few minor repairs. I was there working when I noticed that something was different. The basement door was no longer locked. The lock was broken. I'm not sure when it happened, but the door was now wide open. I stood there for a second, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to go down there. I had never been down there before, and the thought of it made my stomach turn. But at the same time, I couldn't resist. Something inside me told me I needed to see what was behind that door. I grabbed a flashlight from my toolbox and headed down the stairs into the basement. The air was damp, and the smell of mold hit me immediately. The basement was dark, just a faint light from the staircase casting shadows on the walls. I stepped forward, scanning the room with my flashlight. The space was filled with old furniture, boxes, and what looked like a bunch of junk, nothing too unusual for a basement. But then I heard it. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, the floorboards creaking, but then I heard it again. A soft sound, almost like a whisper, coming from the far corner of the room. I froze, holding my breath. The air felt colder, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I took a few cautious steps forward, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer to the corner, I could hear the sound more clearly now. It wasn't a whisper. It was breathing. Slow, heavy breathing. My heart skipped a beat. I turned my head slowly, scanning the dark corner of the basement. The flashlight beam flickered for a moment, and I swore I saw something move, just a shadow, but it was enough to send a chill down my spine. I took another step forward, then stopped. My mind was racing, and I felt my stomach turn. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know what was down here anymore. The breathing was still there, and it was getting louder, like whatever or whoever was in that corner was getting closer. I couldn't leave. I couldn't just walk away, not after all this. I had to find out what was going on. So, with my heart pounding in my chest, I took one more step forward. That's when I saw it. In the corner of the room, half hidden behind a stack of boxes, was a small door. I hadn't noticed it before. It was a simple wooden door, nothing special about it, but there was something unsettling about it. The sound of breathing was louder now, more distinct, and it was coming from behind that door. It sounded like someone was inside, waiting. I could feel my palms start to sweat, my breath coming in short, shaky gasps. I knew I should turn back. I knew I should just get out of there and never come back. But something was pulling me toward that door, some primal curiosity that I couldn't ignore. Slowly, I reached out and placed my hand on the door. The wood was cold under my fingers, and the moment I touched it, the breathing stopped. The silence was deafening. I hesitated for a moment, my mind racing with what I should do next. Then, without thinking, I turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. What I saw inside made my blood run cold. The room was small, barely big enough for a person to stand in, and the air inside was thick with dust and mildew. But what stood out the most was what was in the middle of the room, a chair. A worn, old chair, but that wasn't what caught my attention. It was the straps, the ones tied to the arms and legs of the chair. And the blood. The dark, sticky stains on the floor beneath it. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the room, trying to process what I was seeing. My body felt numb, and my mind raced with questions I couldn't answer. Who had been down here? And why had the landlord never told me about this? Then, from behind me, I heard the creak of the basement door. Someone was coming down the stairs. I turned, my heart racing, the flashlight clutched in my hand like it was some kind of weapon. But the basement was empty. The door was closed. My stomach twisted as I realized that whoever or whatever had been in that basement with me wasn't gone. It was still there. and it was watching me. I don't know how to explain it, but I think about that weekend all the time now. Every time I get an itch to go camping or rent a cabin, the memory hits me. It wasn't that I felt something was wrong at the time, it was subtle. But it didn't let go. Not then, and definitely not now. We were a group of 6 friends, close friends, the kind you've known forever. We decided to rent this cabin out in the woods for a long weekend. Nothing too fancy, just a small, rustic place tucked away near a national park. The kind of spot where you can disconnect, hike, and just enjoy each other's company. It was supposed to be peaceful, fun, just a break from our busy lives. The drive was long, and by the time we arrived, the sun was already starting to set. The cabin itself was a bit older than we expected, but it looked cozy enough. A wooden structure with a few creaky steps leading up to the front door. The kind of place where you could imagine spending the evening with a warm drink and good conversation. We unloaded our bags, set up some things, and then decided to explore the area a little before it got too dark. The first odd thing happened that evening. We were standing outside, just taking in the quiet. The air smelled like fresh pine and the earth, the kind of air that makes you feel more alive somehow. As we chatted about nothing in particular, one of my friends, Liz, pointed out that there were cigarette butts scattered near the back door. They weren't old either. They looked fresh. I remember she said, "Who's been smoking out here?" We all stopped for a moment, eyes scanning the ground. None of us smoked. At least, none of us did anymore. Not since high school. It was strange to see those cigarette butts, crisp and new, lying there on the dirt. We weren't near any main roads either, just a dirt path and trees surrounding us in every direction. Probably just someone passing through, Matt suggested, trying to brush it off. But it didn't sit right with me. I looked around. The back porch had a small set of stairs leading to the yard, which was completely dark. The trees were so thick back there that it felt like the woods went on forever. There was no sign of anyone, though. The place was secluded, isolated, even, and I couldn't imagine why anyone would come that close just to smoke a cigarette and leave. We figured it was nothing, just someone before us maybe, and decided to get some dinner and not let it spoil the mood. We didn't mention it much after that. The first night passed without incident. We stayed inside, ate, drank, and talked. We played cards, laughed, and stayed up late like we always did. The kind of carefree night that makes you feel like nothing bad could ever happen. But the next morning was when things started to feel off. I woke up to the sound of Liz asking from the other room, "Did anyone go outside last night?" We all looked at each other, groggy and confused. "What do you mean?" I asked. I swear I heard footsteps outside my window, like someone walking around the cabin. Did anyone get up to grab something or go outside? We all shook our heads. No one had gotten up, at least not that we knew of. But it was strange, none of us had heard the footsteps. Liz was spooked, but we all laughed it off, blaming it on the wind or some animal. I wanted to tell myself the same thing, but there was a nagging feeling in the back of my mind that I couldn't shake. We went about our day, hiking through the woods and enjoying the fresh air. But as we came back in the evening, there was something else that made my stomach twist. There were more cigarette butts. Not just near the back door this time, but also along the side of the cabin. Fresh ones. It had to be the same brand, too long, slender butts with the same burnt filter, still wet at the end. And again, none of us smoked. "Okay, this is weird," said Matt, his usual laid-back attitude now replaced with a tinge of frustration. "Who's messing with us?" We went outside to take a closer look. I felt my skin crawl when I saw the butts were scattered in a clear trail, leading off toward the edge of the woods. It didn't make sense. Who would be out here smoking, and why would they be leaving their trash behind like that? We stood there for a minute, unsure of what to do. Our laughter had faded, and there was this unspoken sense of discomfort creeping in. None of us wanted to admit it, but the thought of someone else being out there, so close to our cabin, made us uneasy. We stayed inside that night, locked up tight, making sure every window and door was secured. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept imagining someone watching us from the trees, hidden just beyond the reach of our lights. The next morning, things only got worse. I woke up earlier than usual, feeling like I hadn't slept at all. I went downstairs to make some coffee and looked out the window. What I saw made my heart stop. There, in the yard, were more cigarette butts. But this time, they weren't scattered around. They were arranged in a perfect circle, like someone had placed them there intentionally. A twisted, strange pattern in the grass, like a ritual or something. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Liz came in, rubbing her eyes. "What's going on?" she asked when she saw me staring out the window. I didn't answer her right away. I didn't know how to explain it. I didn't know what to say. All I could think about was the fact that someone had been here. Someone had been watching us all along. We weren't alone. Liz saw it too. She gasped. "What is that? Did someone do that last night?" "I don't know," I whispered. "But we need to leave. Now." The panic was rising in my chest. I didn't want to wait around to find out who was out there or why they were doing this. We decided then and there to pack up and leave, no more waiting around. I didn't care if we lost the rental fee or if it ruined the weekend. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Very wrong. As we packed up the car, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting someone to step out of the woods or from behind a tree. But there was no one. The woods were eerily quiet, almost too quiet. The cigarette butts were still there, staring back at us, but they didn't seem to matter anymore. We left in a hurry, barely looking back. The drive back was silent. None of us said much, but we all knew. The tension was palpable. None of us had been comfortable since the first night, and I don't think any of us would ever feel the same about that cabin. I still don't know who left those cigarette butts, or why they were doing it. Maybe it was just someone messing with us, or maybe it was something worse. All I know is, I've never been back to that cabin. And I never will. Something about it felt wrong. Something about it still haunts me. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still picture the butts scattered on the ground, like a sign. A warning. And I can't shake the feeling that someone who wasn't part of our group was there the whole time, watching us from the shadows. It happened on a stretch of highway I've driven more times than I can count. It's one of those roads that feels endless, surrounded by flat fields, no landmarks, nothing to break the monotony. The kind of road where the sky feels too big and you start counting the minutes until you're off it. It was late, maybe 10 or 11 at night. I was driving back from visiting a friend a couple of towns over. I had the radio low and the windows cracked open to keep myself awake. There weren't many cars out, just me, the occasional truck, and a dark sky that felt heavier than usual. At first, I didn't notice the car behind me. It was just headlights in the distance, blending in like they always do. But after a while, I realized they weren't getting any closer or farther away. They stayed there, hanging back at the same distance no matter how much I sped up or slowed down. I told myself it was nothing. Maybe they were just keeping a steady pace, like I was. But the more I watched them in the rearview mirror, the more I felt like something was off. Every time I switched lanes, they did the same, like they were copying me. I decided to test it. I slowed down, almost to a crawl for the highway, to see if they would pass me. They didn't. Instead, they slowed down too, keeping the same distance. My heart started to pick up then. I wasn't scared yet, but I was definitely on edge. I tried to shake them off by speeding up again, going a little faster than I was comfortable with. For a second, I thought it worked. Their headlights faded back a little, and I thought they finally decided to stop tailing me. But then, they sped up too, closing the gap. That was when I knew something was wrong. This wasn't normal. I told myself to stay calm. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe they were just heading the same direction, and I was overthinking it. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I glanced at the GPS and saw there was an exit coming up in a couple of miles. It wasn't the one I needed, but I decided to take it anyway. If they followed me, I'd know for sure. The exit was one of those lonely off-ramps that dumps you onto a smaller road surrounded by nothing but darkness. As I took the turn, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, hoping to see them continue down the highway. They didn't. The car followed me, turning onto the same road. That was when the fear really hit me. My hands felt slick on the steering wheel, and my chest was tight. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew it wasn't good. The smaller road was even emptier than the highway. No streetlights, no cars, just a faint glow of my headlights and theirs. I thought about pulling over to let them pass, but something about the way they were driving made me think that wasn't a good idea. I kept going, trying to stay calm and think straight. The car behind me started getting closer, their headlights brighter in my mirror. I could feel the tension in my shoulders, my whole body bracing for something. Then, out of nowhere, they sped up and swerved into the next lane, coming up beside me. I glanced over and saw a man in the driver's seat. I couldn't make out much, just a shadowy figure with one hand on the wheel, staring straight ahead. He didn't look at me, but the way his car drifted closer to mine felt deliberate. He was trying to push me off the road. Panic set in. I gripped the wheel tighter, trying to keep my car steady as he kept edging closer. I honked my horn, hoping it would scare him off or at least make him back off. It didn't. He stayed right there, his car inches from mine, forcing me toward the shoulder. I tried to speed up, but he matched my pace. I couldn't go any faster without losing control. My car started to drift toward the gravel at the side of the road, and I felt the tires start to slip. I swerved back into the lane, barely missing him, and he fell back for a moment. I thought maybe he'd given up, but then he was right there again, this time coming up behind me. His headlights filled my mirrors, blinding me, and I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears. I didn't know what to do. There were no other cars around. No gas stations or stores, nothing but darkness and an endless road. I kept driving, hoping to see some kind of sign or turnoff where I could get away. Then I saw it, a narrow side road coming up on the left. It wasn't marked, just a gap in the trees that looked like it might go somewhere. I didn't have a plan, but I took it. I yanked the wheel and turned hard, the tires screeching as I veered off the main road. The side road was rough, gravel kicking up under my tires, but I kept going. I glanced in the mirror and saw the other car hesitate for a second before following me. My heart sank. He wasn't giving up. The road twisted and turned, narrowing as it went. I couldn't go as fast as I wanted without risking a crash. The other car stayed close, his headlights bouncing in my mirror, but he wasn't trying to push me anymore. I wondered if he was waiting for me to make a mistake, to slow down or stop. Then I saw it, a small clearing up ahead with a cluster of houses. Relief flooded me. I didn't care whose house it was, I just needed to get to where someone could see me. I gunned the engine and pulled into the driveway of the first house I saw, slamming the brakes and throwing the car into park. The other car stopped at the edge of the clearing, just sitting there with its headlights on. I jumped out of my car and ran to the front door of the house, banging on it and yelling for help. It felt like an eternity before someone answered. An older man opened the door, looking confused and alarmed. I barely managed to get the words out, telling him someone was following me, trying to run me off the road. He stepped outside and looked toward the driveway, but the car was gone. I stood there, shaking and trying to catch my breath, while he called the police. They came and took my statement, but there wasn't much they could do. I didn't get a good look at the driver, and there were no cameras on the road where it happened. I don't drive that stretch of highway at night anymore. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but I can't stop thinking about how deliberate it all felt. He wasn't just messing around. He was trying to scare me, or worse. The train was almost empty, as it always was this late at night. I had taken this route countless times before, and it usually felt safe enough. Most of the people on the train were either glued to their phones or half asleep, just trying to get home like me. That night, though, something was different. I noticed him about 2 stops after I got on. He was sitting a few rows down, angled just enough that I could see his face clearly. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but every time I glanced in his direction, his eyes were locked on me. He wasn't even pretending to look away. It wasn't like he was staring off into space, it was deliberate. Focused. I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was zoning out, or maybe he just had one of those faces that looked intense. I pulled out my phone and started scrolling, hoping to distract myself, but I could still feel his eyes on me. It was like a weight pressing on the back of my neck. A few minutes passed, and I risked another glance. He was still staring, his expression unreadable. He didn't look angry or friendly, just focused. It wasn't casual, though. It wasn't normal. I decided to move. There was no reason to sit there feeling uncomfortable when the car behind me was empty. At the next stop, I stood up and walked quickly to the next set of doors. As I stepped into the other car, I glanced back. He was still sitting there, his eyes following me the entire time. The new car was almost completely empty, just a young couple near the back who looked like they were coming back from a night out. I sat down closer to the front, near the door, and tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe he wasn't following me. Maybe it was all in my head. A minute later, I heard the door behind me slide open. I didn't turn around. I didn't have to. I could feel it, the way the air seemed to shift, the way my skin prickled. He had followed me. He sat down in the same row as me, just on the opposite side of the aisle. Close enough that I could see him in my peripheral vision, but not close enough that it felt like an immediate threat. Still, it was deliberate. It had to be. My heart was pounding now. I stared out the window, pretending to be engrossed in the darkness rushing past, but all I could think about was him. Why was he following me? What did he want? At the next stop, I stood up again. I didn't look at him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to interact with me. I walked calmly to the door, stepped out onto the platform, and crossed to the next car. The train was still stopped, the doors still open. I glanced back, hoping, praying that he would stay where he was. He didn't. I saw him step off the train just as the doors were starting to close. For a second, I thought maybe he was leaving, but then he darted toward the door of the car I had just entered. He made it through just before it shut. I felt trapped. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. There weren't many people around. Just a handful of passengers scattered throughout the car. None of them seemed to notice what was happening. Or if they did, they didn't care. I sat down near the door, clutching my bag tightly. He didn't sit this time. He stood, leaning against the pole in the middle of the car, staring at me like it was the most natural thing in the world. His eyes were dark, unblinking. I couldn't stay on the train with him. I had to get off. But if I got off, would he follow me again? What if no one else got off at the same stop? What if it was just the two of us? The next stop was coming up. I stood up before the train even began to slow, hoping to make it look like I had been planning to get off all along. When the doors opened, I stepped out quickly, walking briskly toward the escalators without looking back. I could hear footsteps behind me. Heavy, deliberate. He wasn't trying to be subtle anymore. The platform was nearly empty. I saw a man in a reflective vest, a worker, probably, and I headed straight for him. I didn't care if I looked paranoid. I just needed to get away from this guy. "Excuse me," I said, my voice shaky. "Can you tell me where the nearest exit is?" The worker looked up from whatever he was doing and gave me a quick nod. "Just up the escalator, to your right." I glanced back, and the man who had been following me had stopped a few feet away, standing still in the middle of the platform. He wasn't looking at the worker. He was looking at me. His expression hadn't changed. I thanked the worker and hurried to the escalator. My heart was racing so hard I thought I might pass out. I didn't look back again until I was outside, standing in the cold air under the harsh glow of a streetlight. He wasn't there. I stood there for a few minutes, trying to catch my breath. The streets were quiet, but there were a few people around, enough to make me feel somewhat safe. I called a rideshare and stayed under the streetlight until it arrived, keeping my eyes on the station entrance the entire time. The man never came out. I don't know if he stayed on the platform or got back on the train, but I didn't see him again. I've taken that route since then, but only during the day. And I don't sit near the doors anymore. I don't let my guard down. Not after that. It started a week ago, but I still can't get the images out of my head. I don't know if I'll ever be able to forget what happened. I had surgery. Nothing too serious, just a routine procedure, but it left me needing a few days of recovery at the hospital. My doctor assured me that everything would be fine. It wasn't a big hospital, not the kind you see in the city, but one of those smaller ones that's out in the country, more isolated. The kind of place where everyone knows each other, and the staff are familiar with every patient that walks through the door. I wasn't worried. After the surgery, I was groggy, mostly asleep, and I didn't notice much. But I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented, and I realized something was off. My room felt different. The lights were dim, but the place felt too quiet. Too still. At first, I thought maybe it was just the after effects of the anesthesia, but as I looked around, I realized something wasn't right. There was someone sitting at the far side of the room, near the window, just staring at me. I couldn't make out the details, but I could see the shape of a person hunched over, their face in shadows. My heart raced, and I tried to sit up, but the pain from the surgery shot through my chest. "Hello?" I whispered, my voice hoarse. I wasn't sure what to expect, but the person didn't answer. They just sat there, motionless. My throat was dry, and I wanted to scream, but I didn't. I thought maybe it was a nurse or someone from the hospital just checking in on me, but the silence was unnerving. After a few moments, the person shifted slightly. I could make out the faint outline of handcuffs on their wrists. That's when the panic set in. I was alone with someone who had been restrained. That's when I heard a faint shuffle and the jangle of metal. I tried to call out again, but nothing came out. My throat was too dry. I could barely move, still recovering from the surgery, and now my mind was racing with questions. Why was someone in handcuffs here? Why hadn't anyone told me about this? The person moved slightly. I could feel my heart in my throat as I watched the shadows. I tried to stay calm, but I could hear the faint clink of metal every time they shifted in their seat. I needed help. I needed to get out of there. My instinct was to press the nurse call button, but when I reached for it, I realized the cord had been cut. That's when I started to panic. I tried to look around the room, my vision still blurry from the meds, but the silence was suffocating. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The door to my room, which was supposed to be locked for safety, was ajar. And that's when I heard it. The faint sound of footsteps approaching. My blood ran cold. I tried to force myself to stand, but the pain from my stitches was too much. Every movement felt like my body was on fire. I froze, every muscle tense, straining to hear any sound that would indicate help was near. The footsteps stopped. The person at the window was still, but I could sense their attention shifting. I could feel the weight of their eyes on me, but I couldn't make myself look directly at them. My breath was shallow now, and I realized the situation was far worse than I had initially thought. Whoever this was, this person locked up and sitting in my hospital room wasn't supposed to be here. That's when I heard the voice, low and gravelly. It was like a whisper, but it carried enough to send a chill down my spine. "Stay quiet," the voice said, barely above a whisper. I froze. My instinct screamed at me to call for help, but I knew it would be useless. There was no one coming. I was alone. I don't know how long we stayed like that. The silence was unbearable. My only focus was the handcuffs, the metallic sound, the person in my room. My thoughts raced through possibilities, none of them good. Then it happened. The lights went out. The whole hospital went dark, and all I could hear was the sound of my heartbeat and the distant hum of the emergency generator kicking in. The power failure was brief, just long enough to leave the entire building in pitch black darkness. It was enough to make everything seem even more sinister. I could hear the person standing up now, moving in the dark, footsteps coming closer. I felt my entire body freeze in terror. Then the unmistakable sound of metal scraping against the floor reached my ears, and the person moved closer. "Stay down," they whispered again, this time with a little more force. I barely had time to react before the door to my room slammed open with a force that rattled the walls. Someone entered, loud, deliberate footsteps. It was one of the police officers, and I couldn't tell whether they were here to help or if they were part of what was going on. "Is everything okay in here?" the officer asked, voice heavy with suspicion, but he didn't come into the room. The person in the shadows, the one in handcuffs, spoke again, their voice shaking slightly now. "Get me out of here," they demanded, not in a whisper this time. Their voice was more commanding, urgent. "I can't do that," the officer responded, his tone firm but unsure. "You're not going anywhere." For a moment, the room was still. Then, without warning, the figure lunged forward. There was a scuffle. The sound of metal clanging, followed by a scream. I couldn't see anything. I was paralyzed, trapped in the bed, too terrified to move. I heard the officer shout, then a gunshot. The crack of it echoed through the room, but the silence that followed was worse than anything. I could feel something was wrong, but I couldn't see anything. My mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The officer came in finally, his flashlight cutting through the darkness, and I saw him kneeling beside me. He was saying something, but I couldn't hear it over the ringing in my ears. I was moved quickly after that, taken to another room. The doctor came in to check on me, but I was still too disoriented to make sense of it all. Later, I learned the full story. The person who had been in my room wasn't just any criminal. They were violent, dangerous, and had been caught on charges I didn't want to know. The officer had been keeping them in my room by mistake. They'd been placed in the wrong ward. The power outage had been the perfect opportunity for them to escape, except they didn't expect the officer to intervene. But by then, it was too late for me. I couldn't erase the memory of that night, the feeling of being trapped in a room with someone who should never have been there. It took weeks for me to feel safe again. And I still don't trust hospitals. The whole thing still feels unreal. But it happened, and I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it. When I checked into the hotel, it was already late. I'd been driving all day, and all I wanted was to take a shower and sleep. The hotel wasn't anything fancy, just one of those chain places off the highway, but it looked clean enough from the outside. The woman at the front desk was polite. She handed me my key card, smiled, and told me my room was on the 3rd floor. The elevator creaked a bit on the way up, but I didn't think much of it. When I got to my room, I slid the key card in, and the little green light blinked. I pushed the door open, but it stopped short, like something was blocking it. At first, I thought maybe the door was sticking or the latch hadn't fully disengaged. I gave it another push, harder this time, and it opened enough for me to see inside. There was a man standing in the middle of the room. I froze. He didn't look surprised to see me, and that was the first thing that set me on edge. He just stood there, calm, like he'd been expecting me. He wasn't holding anything, wasn't doing anything threatening, but the way he stared, it was cold, detached. "This is my room," I said, trying to sound firm, but my voice cracked a little. He didn't respond, just stood there, watching me. I glanced down the hallway, half expecting someone to jump out and say this was some kind of prank, but it was empty. "Did they give you the wrong room too?" I asked, trying again, even though I already knew something wasn't right. The man tilted his head slightly, like he was considering my question. Then, finally, he spoke. "This room is occupied." I felt a chill run through me. It wasn't what he said, it was how he said it. Slow, deliberate. Like he wasn't telling me, but warning me. "I just checked in," I said, stepping back into the hallway. There must be some kind of mistake. He didn't answer. I slowly closed the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. Then I turned and headed straight back to the elevator. When I got back to the front desk, the woman looked up, surprised to see me. I told her there was someone in my room. At first, she seemed confused, but then she frowned and started typing on her computer. "That's not possible," she said after a moment. "Room 314 hasn't been checked out to anyone." I stared at her, waiting for her to say something else, but she just looked back at me like she didn't believe me. "I'm telling you, there's a man in there," I said. "He said the room was occupied." She hesitated, then picked up the phone and called someone. I couldn't hear much of the conversation, but she kept glancing at me, her brow furrowed. When she hung up, she said she'd send someone up to check. She offered me a new room in the meantime, but I wasn't sure I even wanted to stay there anymore. A maintenance worker met me at the elevator a few minutes later. He had a key of his own and told me to stay in the hallway while he checked a room. I watched as he opened the door and stepped inside. He was in there for what felt like forever, and when he finally came back out, he looked at me, confused. "There's no one in there," he said. I didn't believe him. "I saw him," I insisted. He was standing right in the middle of the room. The worker just shrugged. Maybe he left before I got here. Door's clear now, though. I didn't want to go back in, but the thought of leaving without my things, my suitcase, my laptop, kept me rooted there. The worker handed me my key card and left, and I hesitated before stepping inside. The room was empty. Completely empty. No sign of a man, no sign anyone had been there. My suitcase was still where I'd left it by the door, untouched. The bed was made, the bathroom light was off, and nothing looked out of place. I locked the door behind me, double-checked it, and even dragged the desk chair in front of it, just in case. I didn't feel safe, but I didn't know what else to do. I tried to convince myself that maybe the worker was right, that the man had just slipped out while I was downstairs. But then I noticed something. The room smelled faintly of cigarettes. It was subtle, but definitely there. The hotel was non-smoking, and I hadn't smelled it when I first walked in. I checked the trash can, the bathroom, even under the bed, but there was nothing. No ashtray, no butt, nothing. I tried to shake it off and focus on getting ready for bed. I took the fastest shower of my life, keeping the bathroom door locked and the curtain half open so I could see out. When I finally crawled into bed, I left the lamp on, even though I knew it wouldn't really make a difference. I didn't sleep well. Every little sound made me jump, the hum of the air conditioner, the creak of the building settling, even my own breathing. At some point, I must have dozed off, because I woke up to a soft noise. It took me a second to realize what it was. The chair I'd wedged under the door handle was moving. My heart felt like it stopped. I stayed perfectly still, barely breathing, listening as the chair scraped against the floor. Then I heard the lock click, and the door creaked open an inch before catching on the chain. Whoever was on the other side didn't try to force it. They just stood there, silent. I grabbed my phone and dialed the front desk. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. When the woman answered, I whispered that someone was trying to get into my room. She said she'd send security up immediately. I didn't move until I heard footsteps in the hallway and a man's voice calling out, asking if everything was okay. When I opened the door, there were 2 security guards standing there. I told them what happened, and they checked the hallway, but it was empty. The only thing they found was the chair, still sitting in the middle of the room. I checked out first thing in the morning. The woman at the desk apologized and said she didn't know how it could have happened. She offered me a refund, but I didn't care. I just wanted to leave. I still don't know who that man was or how he got into the room. The door had been locked, and the only key card should have been mine in the hotel's. But I know what I saw, and I know someone tried to come back later that night. I went camping alone up in the mountains last spring, just to get away from everything for a few days. It's something I like to do from time to time, the quiet, the solitude, the chance to just clear my mind. I'm not someone who gets nervous easily, especially not in nature. I've been on countless hikes and camping trips. So, when I set up camp at a little clearing just off the main trail, I thought it would be another peaceful night. The weather was perfect, and I was feeling good. I had a small fire going, just enough to cook my dinner and keep the bugs away. It was about dusk, and I was sitting on a log by the fire, eating some canned chili. That's when I heard footsteps. At first, I figured it was a deer or some other animal, but the sound was too steady, too deliberate. I tensed up, standing up slowly and turning toward the noise. Out of the trees stepped a man, maybe in his mid-30s. He looked scruffy, hair long and unkempt, clothes worn and dusty, like he'd been walking for a long time. He didn't look dangerous at first, but something about the way he approached made my stomach tighten. He smiled, and I could tell it wasn't the kind of smile that made you feel at ease. "Hey there," he said, his voice rough, like he hadn't spoken to anyone in days. "You got a minute?" I was hesitant but didn't want to be rude. "Sure, what's up?" "I'm just lost," he said, walking closer to my fire. "Been walking for hours, trying to find the trail again. You wouldn't happen to have a map, would you?" I glanced at the small map I had tucked in my bag and then back at him. Something felt off. His clothes were too worn for someone just out for a hike, and there was a smell to him, damp, musty, and a little like sweat. But I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I offered him a quick smile. "Yeah, I've got one, but I'm not sure you're too far off the trail. You should be able to find it if you head north." He nodded like he was listening, but then just stood there. And for a moment, he didn't say anything. His eyes just stayed on me, almost studying me, like he was trying to figure something out. I didn't like the way he was looking at me. It felt like he wasn't interested in finding the trail anymore, like he was waiting for me to invite him to stay. "You camping out here?" he asked, his voice much softer now, like we were having a casual conversation. I wasn't sure how to answer. The tone of his voice had shifted. He wasn't just lost anymore. He was interested in something else. "Yeah, just for a few nights." He nodded again, taking a few steps closer to the fire. Too close. I took a step back without thinking, suddenly feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I didn't want to be rude, but I wasn't about to let some random guy get too close to me in the middle of nowhere. "You alone?" he asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Seems kind of dangerous out here all by yourself, don't it?" I forced a smile, trying to keep the conversation light. "It's not too bad. I'm used to it." He didn't seem convinced. "You ever worry someone might show up, though? Someone like me?" That hit me like a cold wave, and I froze. His words hung in the air, almost like a threat disguised as a joke. I didn't know if I should laugh it off or if I should take it seriously. I decided not to engage, hoping he'd get the hint. "Look, I should probably get some sleep," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's getting late." But he didn't move. Instead, he leaned against a tree, just standing there, staring at me with that same unsettling gaze. "You got a tent set up, or are you just sleeping under the stars?" he asked, his voice calm, but there was something in it, something almost too calm, like he was probing for more. I didn't answer right away. I was trying to keep my thoughts together, but the unease I felt was growing. I glanced at my tent, then back at him. His posture had changed. He was no longer just standing still. He was leaning in slightly, almost like he was waiting for me to say something, anything. "I'm good for the night," I said, trying to sound casual. "I'm just gonna get some rest. You should probably head out before it gets too dark." But he didn't leave. He just kept standing there. I could hear him shifting, like he was trying to make himself comfortable without really moving away. I tried to stay calm, but everything inside me was screaming to just get in the tent and zip myself up. The man took a step closer. "You ever think about what would happen if someone didn't leave?" That was it. That was the moment I realized I was dealing with someone who wasn't just lost. He wasn't just a drifter passing through. He was trying to make me feel small, make me uncomfortable, make me unsure. And in that moment, I knew I had to act. "I think you should go," I said, my voice low but firm. "Now." His smile didn't fade, but there was something in his eyes, a flicker of something that made the blood in my veins freeze. For a second, he just stood there, looking at me like he was trying to decide whether to push it further. Then, without saying another word, he turned and started walking away, his footsteps slow and deliberate, almost like he was savoring the moment. As he moved further into the trees, I couldn't help but watch him, my heart pounding in my chest. The silence that followed was deafening, and I was still holding my breath, waiting for him to turn around, to come back, too. But he didn't. I didn't sleep that night. I spent the hours lying in my tent, listening to the noises around me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of the wind in the trees, made my heart race. I was afraid to fall asleep, afraid that he'd come back, or worse, that he'd already be waiting for me outside. At dawn, I packed up my things and left. I didn't care about the hike I had planned. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. I didn't look back. I couldn't. As I drove away, I kept thinking about the way he'd looked at me, about his words. I couldn't shake the feeling that he had known exactly what he was doing. And if I hadn't stood my ground, I don't know what might have happened. I haven't been camping since. I don't know if I ever will again. I can't get the image of him standing there, just watching me, out of my head. I don't think I'll ever feel safe out there again. It was one of those nights where the rain just wouldn't let up. I had been driving for hours, alone on a long stretch of road that had practically no streetlights. The kind of road where your headlights are the only thing guiding you. The rain was coming down in sheets, and I had to keep the wipers on full speed to even have a chance of seeing through the windshield. It was already late, and I was exhausted, just trying to get home. I don't know exactly what made me look up, but something caught my eye, a flash of something dark ahead. My heart dropped when I realized it was a truck, flipped over, blocking the road. I wasn't expecting to see that in the middle of nowhere. The truck had clearly been in a bad accident, and from what I could make out, it was badly damaged. I could barely see the outline of the vehicle through the rain, but the shape was unmistakable. I slowed down, pulling my car off to the side of the road. There was no other traffic, no sign of any other drivers. The road was empty, and the storm had swallowed up the world around me. My first instinct was to stop, check for survivors. If there was anyone left alive in that wreck, they'd need help. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but I didn't have much of a signal. It was too spotty in that area. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to calm down. It was a wreck. I needed to help, but I wasn't going to be able to do much alone. I got out of my car, feeling the cold rain soak through my jacket. The air smelled like wet asphalt and something else, something sour. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it made my stomach turn. As I got closer to the truck, I saw that it had completely overturned, lying on its side in the mud. The driver's side was the most damaged, crushed up against the ground, while the passenger side was barely visible. The rear of the truck was still intact, though. I couldn't see anyone inside. The truck's engine was still running, the headlights flickering weakly. It was eerily quiet, the only sound the rain and the distant rumble of thunder. I made my way around to the driver's side. I called out, but no one answered. My heart was beating a little faster now, but I pushed it aside. There had to be someone, right? Someone in need of help. I reached the driver's side and tried the door, but it was jammed shut. I couldn't open it, and the windows were too dark to see through. I tried the other side of the truck, thinking maybe I could get in that way. That's when I noticed something strange, a strange, pungent smell coming from the back of the truck, mixed with the wet earth and rain. It wasn't until I rounded the back of the truck that I saw clearly rows of cages stacked inside. I froze. There were people in those cages. At first, I thought they were just unconscious, or maybe in shock from the crash. But as I stepped closer, I realized with sickening clarity that they were alive. Their eyes were wide, some of them were shaking, and they were all locked in place. I couldn't tell if they were bound with ropes or chains, but their arms and legs were clearly restricted. I felt a wave of nausea, and for a moment, I didn't know what to do. I stood there, staring at them, the reality of the situation sinking in. This wasn't just an accident, it was something worse. Much worse. I looked back at the truck's cab, wondering who the driver was, but there was no sign of anyone. No one had come to check on these people. I reached into my pocket for my phone again, trying to get a better signal to call 911, but it was useless. The signal was still terrible. I was standing there, trying to think, when I heard a sound. Footsteps. I quickly ducked behind the truck, my heart racing. I was so focused on the people in the back that I didn't hear them coming. It was two men, walking toward the truck, talking in low voices. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could hear their voices, and the tone wasn't friendly. They were laughing about something, but I didn't understand what. The rain was too loud. I held my breath, hoping they wouldn't spot me. I didn't know if they were the ones who had been driving the truck, or if they were involved in whatever this was, but I knew I couldn't stay hidden for much longer. I was terrified. I had no idea what to do. One of the men reached the truck first. He was wearing a raincoat, but the dark silhouette of his figure made him look even more menacing. The other man was behind him, walking toward the cages in the back. I pressed my back flat against the cold metal of the truck, praying they wouldn't turn around and see me. The first man opened the back of the truck with a sharp, metallic sound. I heard the rattling of the cages. The other man's voice rose up, something about checking the cargo. They weren't talking about the crash. They were talking about the people in those cages like they were nothing more than goods to be moved. I had no idea what to do. I had to help them, but if I moved, I was risking everything. I had no way of knowing if these men were armed or if they'd hurt me. I looked around quickly. The road was still empty, and there were no other houses for miles. I couldn't count on anyone else coming. I could feel the panic starting to rise again. My hands were trembling, and I didn't know how much longer I could stay quiet. I wanted to run, but I couldn't leave without calling for help. The phone was useless, but I had to get away from these men first. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. It was then that I heard the men talking again. One of them had opened a phone, and I heard a voice on the other end. They were discussing something about moving the cargo. It wasn't a rescue. It wasn't an accident. This was a plan. A sick, twisted plan. I slowly backed away, my eyes never leaving them. When I got far enough to where I thought they wouldn't hear me, I turned and ran as quietly as I could. I didn't look back until I got back to my car, and even then, I was afraid they might be following me. I didn't stop until I was in a safer area with better cell service. I finally called the police, but by the time they arrived, the truck and the men were gone. There was no trace of them. They must have heard the sirens coming, or maybe they knew the cops were on their way. I don't know, but it was gone. The cages were gone. The people, whoever they were gone. I've thought about that night every day since. I can't shake the image of those poor people in the back of that truck, trapped and helpless. I don't know what happened to them, but I hope they somehow got out. I hope they did. It all started when we won that free weekend getaway at the remote resort. I know, it sounds too good to be true, right? We didn't think much of it at the time, and the email seemed legitimate. The resort was supposed to be this exclusive, private place tucked away in the mountains, and the offer said it was a special promotion for a lucky couple. My girlfriend and I were both working long hours, and the idea of getting away for a few days in a peaceful place sounded perfect. When we arrived, the place looked just like in the pictures, impressive, with wooden cabins, a scenic lake, and mountains in the distance. Everything was beautiful, but there was something off about it from the beginning. The place was completely isolated. No other cars around, no other guests. Not even any staff that we could see. But there was a sign at the entrance that said "Welcome," our names, with a big, bold arrow pointing toward the main cabin. I felt a little uneasy, but I brushed it off. I assumed it was part of the charm, remote, private, exclusive. The kind of place you'd only see in movies, where everything seems a bit too perfect. We followed the path up to the main cabin, and that's when we met them, Brian and Lisa, the couple who ran the resort. They were waiting outside the door, smiling like they had been expecting us. Brian was tall, with dark hair and a friendly face. Lisa was shorter, with short blonde hair and a warm smile. They looked like they were in their early 40s, maybe late 30s. They greeted us like we were long-lost friends, introducing themselves and telling us they were the owners. Brian told us how they'd been running the resort for years, and how they like to keep things private and personal for their guests. Lisa was all smiles, offering us drinks and snacks as soon as we stepped inside. It felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on why. They showed us to our cabin, just a short walk from the main one. The cabin was nice, but again, a little too perfect. Everything was pristine, as if no one had ever stayed there before. The bed was made up, the towels were folded perfectly, and the windows had an almost unnatural shine to them. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to see if you were on a relaxing retreat. It felt more like a showroom. We decided to take a walk around, get some fresh air. The surroundings were beautiful, no doubt about that, but it felt eerily quiet. There were no sounds of wildlife, no birds, no rustling leaves. Just silence. We spent a good hour walking around, exploring the lake and some trails that led into the woods. It was peaceful, but not in the comfortable way I had hoped for. It was almost as if the silence was too loud, suffocating. By the time we got back to the cabin, it was nearing evening. We were supposed to have dinner with Brian and Lisa at the main cabin, but I started to feel uneasy. There was something about the way they looked at us. They were too welcoming, too eager to please. It felt staged, rehearsed, like they had done this before with other couples, except there weren't any other guests here. We walked back to the main cabin for dinner. When we arrived, Brian and Lisa were already seated at the dining table. They had set out a beautiful spread: steaks, vegetables, mashed potatoes, wine. It was enough food to feed 6 people, but there were only the 4 of us. The conversation during dinner was awkward. Brian and Lisa kept talking about how they loved having guests, how they were so lucky to have us there. But every time I looked at them, I could see a hint of something behind their smiles. Their eyes, especially Brian's, seemed too intense, like he was studying us, trying to figure us out. Lisa kept laughing, almost too much, at every little joke we made. I started to wonder if they were trying to keep us entertained, like they were afraid of something happening if we stopped talking. After dinner, they suggested we go for a nightcap in the lounge area. I agreed, though I wasn't sure why. My gut was telling me to leave, but I didn't want to be rude. I just hoped that once the night was over, I could go back to our cabin and forget about the weirdness. As we sat in the lounge, Lisa started talking more about the resort. She mentioned how it was a special place, and that they had a very small group of guests every year. That was when I noticed that neither of them had mentioned any other guests or staff. When I asked about it, Brian smiled and said, "We prefer to keep things private. It's just you two this weekend. We like to give our guests an experience they can't get anywhere else." At that moment, I realized that they were the only people here. That's when the feeling of unease turned into something more solid. Something wasn't right. I started to wonder if we were the only ones to ever win this free getaway, and if that was even true in the first place. The idea that we might be the only people they had in a long time made me feel trapped, like we were in a place where nobody could help us if something went wrong. The conversation turned dark when Brian began talking about the history of the area. He mentioned how the resort had been passed down through generations, and how not everyone makes it out of here. At first, I thought he was just joking, but there was no humor in his voice. His eyes were fixed on mine, unblinking, waiting for a reaction. Lisa didn't say anything. She just stared at her wine glass, swirling it slowly. I tried to laugh it off, but the air in the room suddenly felt thick. I wanted to leave, but it wasn't as easy as just walking out. I didn't trust the way Brian was looking at us, or the way Lisa's smile had turned into something too wide, too calculated. I realized that we hadn't even been shown the resort's other cabins, or the amenities. It was almost as if they didn't want us to see anything beyond this one place, this one room. The night dragged on, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The longer we stayed, the more I felt like they were watching us, waiting for us to slip up, to do something they expected. I don't know exactly when it happened, but at some point, Brian and Lisa stood up, and without saying a word, walked toward the door. It was as if they had planned this for weeks, like they had been waiting for us to make the first move. As soon as they left, I turned to my girlfriend and whispered, "We need to get out of here. Now!" We grabbed our things and ran for the door, but when we reached the cabin entrance, it wouldn't open. The lock had been changed. We were trapped. I banged on the door, shouted for help, but the silence outside was deafening. There was no answer. Suddenly, the lights went out, and everything went pitch black. We could hear footsteps in the distance, echoing in the hall. I don't know how we managed it, but somehow we got out. We found a hidden side door and ran into the woods, not stopping until we found the main road hours later. I don't remember much after that. I was too scared to think straight. We called the police once we got back to the city, but by the time they arrived, the resort was gone. Completely empty, like it had never been there. Brian and Lisa were never found. The authorities said there had been no records of the resort even existing. To this day, I don't know what they planned, but I'm just glad we got out when we did. It was supposed to be a simple weekend getaway, just a small group of us heading out to the woods for some camping. We were a tight-knit group, 4 friends who had been hanging out together since college. The plan was to hike, set up camp, and just enjoy the quiet of the forest. No phones, no distractions, just us in nature. We had been hiking for a few hours, making our way along an unfamiliar trail we found on a map. The weather had been nice, the kind of cold breeze that makes the woods smell fresh. There wasn't much talk as we walked, just the sound of our boots crunching on the dirt and the occasional laugh about something stupid. We all agreed that this was the kind of trip we needed, peaceful and undisturbed. Then we came across the cabin. It wasn't marked on the trail map, which was odd. It wasn't even in good condition. The roof was sagging in some places, and there were a few windows that were boarded up, but there was no mistaking it. This place had been abandoned for a while. There was no road leading to it, no signs of people around, just trees and silence. At first, we all thought it was just an old hunting cabin or maybe some kind of relic from years ago. It wasn't uncommon to find these kinds of things when you ventured into the woods. But then, we noticed something strange. There was a new, fresh-looking trail of footprints leading up to the porch. It wasn't a large set, just a single pair of boots, maybe a man's, making their way in and out of the cabin. I don't know why, but none of us decided to turn around right then. Instead, we stood there for a few moments, looking at each other. It was like we all had the same idea, that we should check it out. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe it was because we were tired and the cabin looked like a perfect place to rest for a while. Whatever it was, we moved closer. As we approached, the creaky wooden steps groaned beneath our weight, and one of the boards nearly snapped. The air around the cabin felt colder, but it wasn't the kind of cold that comes from a shift in temperature. It was more of an uncomfortable chill that seemed to seep into your bones. We joked about it at first, saying it was just the old cabin giving off strange vibes, but there was something about it that felt wrong. We knocked on the door, half expecting no one to answer. But when no one responded, we opened it slowly, half expecting the hinges to squeak, but it didn't. It was a soft, almost deliberate creak. The inside was dark, dust settling on the furniture and wooden floors. The place looked abandoned for sure, but there was something that didn't sit right. There was an odd smell, a mix of stale air and something earthy, like wet dirt. The furniture was sparse, an old couch covered in a gray sheet, a coffee table with some old magazines, a chair near the window that looked out toward the trees. It was empty, except for one detail, a backpack sitting on the floor, near the door. It was open, as though someone had just been there and left in a hurry. We all stood there for a while, not really knowing what to say. I could feel my heart beating in my chest, but I didn't want to be the first to admit that something felt off. Then one of my friends, Chris, picked up the backpack. He opened it, rummaging through the contents. "Hey, check this out," he said. We all crowded around. Inside the bag, there were a few sets of clothes, a flashlight, a couple of water bottles, and what looked like a few empty cans of food. But there was something else, something that made my stomach drop. Tucked in between the cans was a thick rope, and next to that, a half-empty bottle of something that smelled like alcohol. Chris pulled his hand back quickly, and for the first time, we all looked at each other with a shared realization this wasn't just an abandoned cabin. Someone had been living here, recently. It was all too recent. "I think we should leave," Sarah said quietly, her voice shaking. She was usually the most adventurous of us, always the one encouraging us to take risks. But now, even she looked unnerved. We didn't argue. We quickly made our way back to the door, but when we got to the porch, we heard something, a faint sound from the woods behind the cabin. A snap of a twig, followed by a slow, steady footstep. We froze. I didn't even have to look at the others to know they were thinking the same thing. Someone was out there, and they knew we were here. "Let's go." "Now," I said, my voice a little too sharp. We turned to leave, but then the door to the cabin slammed shut behind us, like it had been pushed by an invisible hand. Everyone jumped. We ran down the stairs, and as we rounded the corner of the cabin, we saw a figure standing in the woods, just out of reach of the trees. It was too dark to make out his face, but his figure was unmistakable, tall, with a dark jacket and what looked like a pair of boots. I don't know who moved first, whether it was me or one of the others, but we didn't waste a second. We ran in the opposite direction, towards the trees, not even looking back to see if he was following. We didn't need to. The sounds of the footsteps behind us were enough to make us push harder, faster. We didn't stop until we reached the trail again, and even then, we kept running. We didn't speak to each other at first, just breathing heavily, but eventually, when we stopped to catch our breath, we realized how close we had been to something terrible. We made it back to the car without further incident. As we drove away, none of us said much. I think we were all too shaken, too scared to speak about what had just happened. The cabin, the backpack, the figure in the woods, it didn't make sense. But we all knew one thing: someone had been living there, and they weren't far away. I don't know who they were, or what they intended to do, but I'll never forget the look in the man's eyes, the same kind of coldness that made my blood run cold. I'm just thankful we made it out alive. And I'll never go camping again without wondering if someone's watching me from the woods. I got back from a weekend trip late Sunday night. Just a quick thing, left Friday morning, drove out to see my sister 2 states over. Nothing dramatic, just needed a break. I live alone in a duplex, one of those older brick ones where the houses are practically mirrored on either side. The place next to mine is rented out by this quiet older guy named Ron. Real low-key. Keeps to himself, always says hi when he sees me. It was close to midnight when I pulled into my driveway. Everything looked normal. Porch light was still on, mail had built up a little in the box, but otherwise nothing weird. I dragged my stuff inside, tossed my bag by the couch, and went around checking things like I always do when I've been gone. Doors still locked, windows closed, thermostat unchanged. Nothing felt off. I didn't sleep great, but that was mostly from the drive. The next morning I was walking back from taking out the trash when Ron came outside. He gave me a little wave but didn't smile. He kind of hovered for a second before walking over. Then he asked, totally casual, "So, what were you doing at your window all night?" I just stared at him for a second. "When?" He nodded toward my side of the duplex. "Last night. You were standing there for hours. Around 10, maybe later. Just staring." I laughed a little, thinking he was messing with me. "Ron, I wasn't even home until midnight. I was out of town." He frowned. "No, you were there. I saw you. You didn't move." I told him again, "No, seriously, I wasn't here. Drove in late." He looked genuinely thrown off. Said he'd even considered coming over because it felt weird, but he didn't want to bother me. After another second, he kind of shrugged it off and went back inside. I stood there a little longer than I needed to, just looking up at the window he'd mentioned, my living room window. The blinds were slightly tilted, like they'd been bumped. That night, I kept all the lights on in the house. I checked every closet and corner, even the attic, which is just a crawl space with insulation and old boxes. Nothing. The next couple nights were quiet. I figured Ron must have been mistaken. Maybe he saw shadows or reflections. It had rained Saturday night. Maybe the streetlight and the wet glass made it look like someone was standing there. Then on Wednesday, I noticed something strange. I always leave my bedroom door halfway open so I can hear if anything's going on in the house. That night, around 2 in the morning, I woke up and the door was fully closed. Not slammed or anything. Just shut. I lay there staring at it for a long time. I was trying to remember if I might have gotten up and closed it myself, maybe in my sleep. I do that sometimes when I'm super tired. But I didn't remember waking up. In the morning, I saw that my fridge door was cracked open just an inch. Nothing missing, but some of the items on the middle shelf had been shuffled around. Like someone moved stuff to look behind it. That was when I started to feel genuinely uneasy. I set up an old phone on the kitchen counter to record overnight. Nothing high-tech, just hit record, let it run plugged in. I watched it the next day. The video ran through the night with no sound except for the fridge humming. Then, at 3:41 a.m., something passed in front of the lens. Just for a split second. It was so fast I thought it was a glitch. But when I rewound it and played it again in slow motion, I could see a figure. Just a sliver of a shoulder. They were wearing black. The camera didn't pick up a face, just that someone walked by and didn't turn on any lights. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on the couch with the lights on and a kitchen knife next to me. Every small noise made me jump. In the morning, I called a locksmith and had every lock replaced. Deadbolts, window latches, the sliding back door, everything. I even had them put a bar across the basement door that leads to the outside stairwell. My place isn't big, but it has too many ways in. After that, I tried to get back to normal. I didn't tell Ron anything. I didn't want to freak him out or make him think I was losing it. A few nights later, I woke up around 4 a.m. to the sound of something shifting in the hallway. Not a bang. Not a thud. Just a small, quick shuffle. Like someone moving across the carpet. I stayed in bed and didn't move. I kept staring at the gap under the door, waiting to see a shadow pass by. Nothing did. Eventually, I got up and looked. Nobody there. But the hallway closet was cracked open. I always keep it shut, and there's nothing in it but coats and old shoes. The next day I bought one of those motion-activated cameras with a phone app. I placed it in the hallway facing the living room, another facing the kitchen. I figured if anything moved, I'd get a notification. That night, everything stayed quiet. But in the morning, I got an alert on my phone that said motion had been detected at 3:16 a.m. I checked the video. The camera caught a man walking into the living room. Calm, not in a rush. He stood near the window and looked out for about a minute. Then he slowly turned around and walked back the way he came. The face wasn't clear, he kept to the edges of the room. But he was tall, wearing a hoodie, and moved like he knew exactly where everything was. I called the police right then. They came over, did a sweep. Nobody there. But the back door had scratches around the lock, like someone had been prying at it. They didn't find fingerprints. They told me to consider getting a full security system and said they'd increase patrols in the neighborhood. That was it. I didn't sleep in that house again. I packed a bag, called in sick to work, and drove to stay with my sister. I didn't even tell Ron I was leaving. A few days later, my phone buzzed while I was eating breakfast with her. It was an email. From my own email account. The subject was blank. The message said, "You shouldn't have left." That's when I knew they had access to my laptop or my phone or something in my house. I'd left my laptop on the desk. I hadn't even thought to take it with me. I changed every password, every login, wiped every device remotely. I never went back to that house alone. A few weeks later, I officially broke the lease. My sister and her husband helped me move what little I wanted to keep. Everything else I left behind. As for Ron, I saw him briefly during the move out. He came out and said he hadn't seen anything since I left. He still seemed a little weirded out. Said it felt quieter, whatever that meant. He didn't ask why I was leaving. I think he already knew. It was a little after 6 when I went out for a jog. I always did the same loop, about 4 miles, give or take. I liked it because it stayed pretty flat, and it cut through this little park before looping back along a quiet road lined with trees. It wasn't totally remote or anything, just suburban enough to feel safe, but not so busy that I had to dodge people every 5 seconds. I'd done that loop so many times I could probably run it with my eyes closed. Same cracks in the sidewalk, same dead tree leaning over the fence near the tennis courts. I ran it early enough in the morning that it was usually just me, some birds, and the occasional dog walker. Never had any problems. I'd listen to music, get home, shower, go to work. That was the routine. That day, though, something felt off. Not in some dramatic, goosebumps on my neck kind of way. It was more like this, buzzing under the surface. Like I was forgetting something. Or like I was being timed, if that makes sense. I kept checking my watch, thinking I'd taken longer than usual, but I hadn't. Everything was normal, at least for the first 2 miles. Then I got to the stretch where the path curves near the tree line right before it starts to loop back toward the road. I slowed down a little to catch my breath, and that's when I saw them. Footprints. In the dirt just off the side of the trail. At first, I didn't think much of it. It had rained the night before, so the ground was soft, and people sometimes cut across that patch if they're walking dogs or whatever. But then I noticed something weird. The tread on the footprints, they matched mine. Same sole pattern, same spacing. And I don't mean similar, I mean identical. And they looked fresh. Like I could see the edges of the tread perfectly. No debris kicked in, no leaves stuck to them. They started just a few steps off the path and led straight into the woods. I stopped. I just stood there, looking at them for a while. I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe I'd come that way before and forgot. Maybe I looped around without realizing. But the thing was, I never left the path. Not ever. Especially not into that part of the woods. There's no trail, and it's full of brambles and junk. I would have remembered going in there. But there they were. My footprints, walking off the path like I just wandered into the trees. I looked around. Nobody nearby. No joggers, no dog walkers, no cars on the road a few hundred feet away. I don't know how long I stood there, just staring. Eventually I shook it off and kept going. But my pace picked up. The rest of the run felt like I had blinders on. I kept checking over my shoulder, and every time I passed another break in the trees, I glanced over, half expecting to see someone watching me. But there was never anything there. Back at home, I tried not to think about it. Told myself it was nothing. Maybe someone else had the same shoes. Maybe the prints just looked fresh. I didn't go for a run the next morning, or the one after that. But on Thursday, I felt dumb for being spooked by some muddy footprints, so I went back out. Same loop. Same time of day. Everything seemed fine until I got to that same stretch again. The footprints were back. Fresh again, same exact tread, same depth, same spacing. But this time there were more of them. They started earlier, a few feet before the spot I saw last time, and they kept going deeper into the woods. That stopped me in my tracks. I looked down at my own shoes. Same pattern. I even stepped off the path to compare. Exact match. Not just similar, mine. But I hadn't left the trail. And the ground wasn't that soft anymore. It hadn't rained in 2 days. I tried pressing my foot into the dirt, and it barely made a dent. Whatever had made those new prints had to have been heavy, or pressing down really deliberately. I didn't finish the run. I turned around and walked back the way I came. Every few seconds I'd glance behind me, but the path was empty. I kept telling myself it was just weird, not dangerous. Just Weird. That night I hardly slept. I kept thinking I heard something outside. Not loud, just little things. A twig snap. A car door clicking shut. I live in a quiet neighborhood, so any noise stands out. Around 2 in the morning, I finally got up and looked out the front window. Nothing. Street was empty. Just the amber glow from the one street light. Then, around 5, I checked my front porch cam. It's motion activated and stores clips to a cloud app. Usually just picks up raccoons or the mailman. But that night, there was a 30-second clip from 3:12 a.m. It showed someone walking up to my front steps. They didn't come all the way to the door, just stopped at the edge of the porch. The figure was blurry, low-res in the dark, but I could tell they were tall and wearing dark clothes. What made my stomach drop was how they moved. They didn't fidget, didn't look around. They just stood there, facing the door, not moving. The camera caught them standing perfectly still for about 10 seconds, then they turned and walked off screen. I called the police. They said they'd send someone to drive by more often. Not much else they could do. I didn't go for a run after that. I started driving to a gym across town instead. But I kept thinking about those footprints. How they'd only appeared after I passed. How they looked just like mine. On Sunday, I gave in and drove back to that stretch of the trail. I parked and walked a loop instead of running it, phone in hand. When I got to the spot, I felt my chest tighten. There were prints again. But this time, they were mixed with something else. Another set. Heavier, deeper, the stride longer. Not running, but walking fast. They started further back, following the first set. Following mine. They stayed maybe 3 feet behind the ones that matched my shoes. I followed the trail of both sets a little ways into the woods. My heart was pounding the whole time. I kept looking around, half expecting someone to step out from behind a tree. The path twisted between 2 trees and then just stopped. No sign of either set going back. Just gone. I stood there frozen for what felt like a full minute. I didn't want to move. I felt like I was being watched, even though there was no sound. No birds, no wind, nothing. I turned around and walked back toward the trail. Not running. Just walking, trying not to look like I was panicking. A few days later, I got a note in my mailbox. Just a little torn piece of notebook paper, no envelope. It said, "You run the same loop every time." That was it. No signature, no handwriting I recognized. I stopped jogging completely. Started varying my routes when I drove. Bought cameras, changed the locks, even put a chair under the doorknob at night. Nothing else ever happened. But I never took that path again. I woke up because my cat jumped off the bed. That's what did it. I didn't hear anything at first, just the thump of her hitting the floor, then that little scrabbling sound she makes when she skids across the hardwood. I glanced at the clock. 4:13 a.m. I was about to roll back over when I noticed the hallway light was on. That stopped me. I always turn everything off before bed, especially that light. I sat up and listened. Nothing. No footsteps, no creaking, no voices. Just quiet. I got up, walked out to the hall, flipped the switch off, and stood there for a second. The cat had disappeared, probably hiding under the couch like she does when something spooks her. As I turned to go back to bed, I noticed a soft glow coming from the living room. I'd left the front porch light on, which wasn't weird in itself, but I saw movement through the frosted glass window at the top of the front door. Just a faint shift, like someone leaning or turning slightly. I froze. My brain hadn't caught up yet. I wasn't fully awake, still in that weird fog where you don't trust your own thoughts. I stepped toward the door slowly and grabbed my phone from the side table. I opened the camera app connected to my doorbell. And there he was. A man. Just standing there on the porch. He wasn't moving. He wasn't ringing the bell or knocking. Just standing completely still, facing the door. His arms were at his sides. No backpack. No visible weapon. No expression. He looked like he was in his late 30s or early 40s. Regular clothes, dark hoodie, jeans, sneakers. Could have been anyone, really. But he wasn't doing anything. That was the part that made my mouth go dry. I watched him on the feed for maybe 30 seconds, expecting him to knock or say something. He didn't. He didn't even shift his weight. Just stood there, like he was waiting for something. I backed away from the door and locked the deadbolt, even though it was already locked. I double-checked it twice. I stayed low and walked back to my bedroom, then sat on the floor with my phone. I didn't want to call the cops right away. I kept thinking maybe he was drunk, or had the wrong house, or maybe something worse, but I didn't want to make assumptions. I watched the feed for another few minutes, still just standing there. I turned off all the lights and made sure the back door was locked too. Then I went back to the camera. He hadn't moved an inch. Not even a blink, as far as I could tell. At 4:21, I heard a soft tap on the door. Not a knock. Just one little tap, like he was checking to see if someone was there. I jumped, even though I knew he was already there. I muted the feed and called 911. Told the dispatcher there was a man on my porch who'd been standing there for almost 10 minutes. Gave them my address. She asked if he had any weapons. I said no, not that I could see. She said an officer was already in the area and would come by. Right as I hung up, the guy finally moved. He leaned in closer to the door like he was trying to see through the frosted glass. Still didn't knock. Just tilted his head slowly, like he was listening. Then he turned around and stepped off the porch. I thought maybe he was leaving, but he didn't walk away. He just stood at the edge of the walkway, back turned to the house, perfectly still again. I watched him until red and blue lights flashed across the screen. He didn't run. He didn't say anything. He just stood there until the cop walked up behind him. Then he sat down on the curb like he'd been expecting it. The cop talked to him for a while, then helped him up and walked him to the car. Not cuffed. Just calm, like they were giving him a ride somewhere. After they left, I stayed up until sunrise. Didn't go back to bed. Couldn't. I figured that was the end of it. 2 days later, I came home from work and noticed a small rock on the doormat. Nothing weird about that, except it was perfectly centered. And it had a single red thread tied around it. Just one loop, like someone had wrapped a string around it as a marker or something. No note. No other signs of anyone being there. I checked the doorbell camera. Nothing. Which didn't make sense, because it records motion. But there was no clip. Like it had been disabled or avoided somehow. I don't know. I threw the rock away and updated the firmware on the camera, just in case. Changed the settings to record 24/7 instead of just motion alerts. Started locking the gate to my backyard too. That weekend, I was taking the trash out late around midnight and I heard a sound from the other side of the fence. Just a little cough. not an animal noise. A human cough, like someone clearing their throat. I didn't move. I stood in the dark holding the bag of trash, barely breathing. Then I heard slow footsteps walking away down the alley behind my house. I dumped the trash and locked every door and window in the house, even though it was already done. The next morning, I checked the backyard. Nothing was missing, but the gate latch had been bent, like someone tried to force it. The cops came again. Said they'd make more patrols in the area. They asked if I wanted to file a report, and I did, but I knew there wasn't much they could do unless the guy showed up again. A few days passed with nothing. Then, on a Wednesday night, I got home late. I went to take a shower around 11:30. When I got out, I walked past the living room and saw my front blinds were open. I always closed them before bed. Always. I froze, water still dripping from my hair, and just stood there in my towel, staring at the window. Then I noticed something else. There was condensation on the glass. On the inside. Like someone had breathed on it. I didn't move for probably 5 minutes. Just stared at that patch of fog until it disappeared. I called the non-emergency line and asked for an officer to come do a walkthrough. When they showed up, they didn't find anything. No signs of forced entry. They were nice about it, but I could tell they didn't really believe anything had happened. I didn't have proof. Just gut feelings and weird details. I decided to stay with my sister for a while. Packed a bag the next morning, set all the cameras to notify me instantly, and left. That night, around the same time, 4:13 a.m., I got a notification from the doorbell camera. I opened the feed. Same man. Standing in the exact same spot on the porch. Completely still. I watched the timer tick up. He didn't move. Not even a twitch. For 10 full minutes. Then, without warning, he leaned toward the door and spoke. First time he'd said anything. He said, "You moved." That's all. Just 2 words. Then he walked off the porch and disappeared into the dark. The cops got there 20 minutes later. Of course he was gone. I never went back to that house. I moved out of state 2 months later. Put the place on the market and sold it without ever sleeping there again. But I still check the camera sometimes. Just to make sure there's no new footage. So far, there hasn't been. I deleted the clip of him saying those words, but I remember exactly how he said it. Like he was disappointed. It was a Thursday, early March, still cold enough that you could see your breath in the mornings. I was working later than usual, around 8:30 p.m., and by the time I left the office, the parking lot was almost empty. Just a few scattered cars left under those buzzing yellow lights. I remember thinking how quiet it was. The kind of quiet where your footsteps sound too loud. I parked in the back corner of the lot that morning, like I always did. Out of habit, really. It's not assigned parking or anything, I just like the shade from the trees during the day. When I got to my car, I noticed something on the windshield. I figured it was one of those flyers, like for a new gym or some car detailing service. But when I got closer, I saw it was just a small, crumpled piece of notebook paper folded once, stuck under the wiper blade. There was only one sentence on it, handwritten in sloppy, all caps letters. You were supposed to be alone. That was it. No name. No context. No punctuation. I stood there for a second with the note in my hand. My first thought was that it had to be some stupid prank, but I didn't know who would do that. Nobody at work was like that. I wasn't close with anyone there, not even enough for a joke. Then I thought maybe it was meant for someone else. Like they got the wrong car. But mine was the only one left in that corner, and I parked facing the fence. No one else even parks near me. I looked around the lot. Nothing. No movement, no people. Just the hum of the lights and the sound of the wind moving through the chain link fence. I unlocked the car, got in, and locked the doors right away. I sat there for a second with the engine running, just kind of staring at the paper in my lap. Then I tossed it in the passenger seat and drove home. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the wording. You were supposed to be alone. Not why weren't you alone, or who was with you. It read more like an observation. Like someone had watched me. And whatever they saw wasn't what they expected. The next morning, I checked the camera on the back of the building at work. There's only one that faces the lot, and it's not even for security, it's just there for deliveries. I asked the office manager if she could pull the footage from the night before. She said the system overwrites itself every 24 hours, so if I wanted anything, I had to be quick. But when we looked, there was nothing. Just me walking out at 8:30 and driving off. No one near my car. Nobody following me. No one waiting. If someone had been there, they'd come and gone outside the range of the camera. Or before it started recording. I tried to let it go. I really did. A couple nights later, Saturday, I went to the grocery store around 9 o'clock. The parking lot was maybe half full. When I came back out, I noticed a different car parked a few rows back from mine. Just far enough to not seem weird, but close enough that it stood out once I noticed it. It was a dark sedan, older model, with tinted windows. Couldn't see the plates. No one inside. I wouldn't have thought anything of it if not for the note earlier that week. But something about it just felt off. I got in my car quickly and locked the doors. Didn't even take the time to load the bags in the trunk, just shoved them into the passenger seat. Before I pulled out, I glanced in my rearview mirror. There was a guy sitting in the sedan. No lights on. Just sitting there. Not looking at a phone, not adjusting anything, not moving. I drove home with one eye on the mirror, but the car didn't follow me. Still, I parked on the street instead of my driveway, just to be sure. Sat there for a while before going inside. Nothing happened that night. But I kept checking outside every hour, half expecting to see that car again. On Monday, I got to work early, maybe 7:15. The lot was pretty much empty. As I walked toward the building, I saw something on the ground near where I usually parked. It was a plastic water bottle, but it was cut open and inside it was another piece of notebook paper, rolled up tight. I kicked it closer with my foot, not even wanting to touch it. But I knew I had to see what it said. I used a pen to fish it out and unroll it. This one just said, "There's still time." That was it. Nothing else. I didn't tell anyone about it. I didn't want to explain it again. I just threw it away and worked with my office door shut the whole day. Didn't go out for lunch. Didn't leave until the sun was still up, just in case. That week, I changed up my routine. Took different routes home. Parked in different places. But no matter where I parked, no matter what time I left, I started getting the feeling that someone was always watching. Like when you think you hear footsteps behind you, but when you stop and listen, there's nothing. Or when you check your mirrors a little too often, just sure someone's tailing you. The tipping point came the next Thursday. I left work a little early and decided to stop by my friend Mallory's place. She lives about 10 minutes from me, and we hadn't caught up in a while. I didn't tell anyone I was going there, didn't post about it, nothing. We just hung out, talked, watched a movie. I left around 10:30. When I got to my car, there was another note under the wiper. My heart dropped. I looked around the street, totally empty. No cars passing by. No one walking. Just that same heavy silence. I pulled the note out and read it. You lied. That's all it said. No context, again. Just you lied. I stood there in the cold for way too long, holding that paper, trying to figure out how anyone could have known where I was. I hadn't told Mallory about the notes. I hadn't said a word to anyone. I hadn't even used my phone for hours. I drove straight home, heart pounding the whole way. I parked 3 blocks away, just in case, and watched the rearview mirror the entire time. That night, I packed a bag and drove to my brother's place outside the city. Told him I needed a break from everything and just wanted to crash on his couch for a couple nights. He didn't ask questions. He could tell I was off. The next morning, he ran out to grab coffee, and I went with him. We took his car. Mine was still parked down the street. When we got back, there was a note tucked into the storm door at his place. Same handwriting. You were supposed to be alone. The same exact words from the first note. Not a copy, handwritten again, but this time, darker. The pen dug into the paper, like the writer was angry. We went to the police. Filed a report. They took it seriously, but there wasn't much they could do. No camera footage. No witnesses. No fingerprints. Just a string of vague, threatening notes that never crossed the line into actual violence. I got a new phone. Changed my email. Set up cameras around my apartment. Started staying at different places. Hotels. Friends' couches. I stopped driving my car altogether. I didn't get another note after that. Maybe they gave up. Maybe they moved on. Or maybe I just finally became too much work. But I never found out who it was. And I still don't know what they meant by you were supposed to be alone. It started with a weird look in the break room. We just hired a few new people after a bunch of turnover, and most of them were pretty normal, but there was this one guy, Brian. Mid-30s maybe. Wore the same type of shirt every day, like different shades of gray and navy button-ups. He was quiet, but not in a shy way, more like he was waiting for the right moment to jump into a conversation. Always watching people. He got assigned to a different team, so I didn't really work with him, but we ended up in the kitchen at the same time one afternoon. I was filling up my water bottle and he said, "Hey, what part of town do you live in?" That was his opener. No small talk, no how's it going. Just where do you live? I didn't think much of it at the time. I told him a general area, didn't name my street or anything. Just said I live near 17th. He nodded and said, "Oh, I think I know that area. My buddy used to live over there." That was it. No follow-up, no mention of the friend again. Just walked out of the kitchen like that was the entire point of the conversation. The first time I saw him outside work was maybe a week later. I was walking back from the grocery store with one of those hand baskets. It was around 8 o'clock, dark already, and I was cutting through the alley behind my building like I always did. There's a gate with a code, but it's usually propped open with a rock unless someone closes it. He was standing on the sidewalk in front of the building. Just standing there, facing the street. Hands in his pockets. I stopped when I saw him, kind of thrown off. It took a second for me to even recognize him, because it was dark and he wasn't wearing work clothes. I was about to keep walking past him when he turned his head and said, "Hey." I think I said something like, "Hey, Brian?" He smiled a little, like I'd passed a test. Then he said, "We're running into you here." I didn't respond right away, and I guess he noticed, because he pointed toward the building and said, "I was just visiting a friend who lives here." I asked who, and he said, "Just someone I used to work with." That didn't make sense. He'd only been with the company like 3 weeks. I didn't press, though. I just said, "Oh, cool," and went inside. I didn't wait to see if he followed me through the gate or anything. The next time was 2 days later. I work from home on Fridays, so I went for a walk around noon to get some air. There's a little park a couple blocks down, and I usually do a loop and come back. He was at the corner store when I passed by. Not inside, just leaning on the wall near the door, drinking from a bottle of water. When he saw me, he smiled again. Same weird half smile like he'd been expecting me. He said, "You live around here, right?" I said, "Yeah," and tried to keep moving, but he stepped off the wall like he might start walking with me. He asked if I wanted to grab a coffee or something, and I told him I was actually in the middle of work. He nodded, looked down at his watch, which I'm pretty sure was broken, because the hands never moved whenever I saw it, and said, "Right, right." Another time, then. After that, I started keeping an eye out whenever I left the apartment. Saturday night, I stayed in. Ordered takeout around 7 o'clock. The delivery guy rang the buzzer, and when I opened the front door of the building to get the food, Brian was across the street. Just standing there on the sidewalk, staring at the entrance. He didn't wave. Didn't act surprised to see me. Just stood there while I took the bag from the driver and closed the door. I didn't sleep much that night. I thought about telling the landlord, but I didn't really have anything concrete. It wasn't like he'd broken in or done anything. Just been there. Too often. The following Monday, I went into the office like usual. Tried to play it cool. Brian said good morning when I walked past his desk, but that was it. Like nothing weird had happened all weekend. At lunch, he sat near me in the cafeteria. Not at the same table, just close. He didn't have food, just a coffee. And he watched the whole time I ate, like he was waiting to be invited over. That night, when I got home, I found a small folded piece of paper on the floor inside the building's entryway. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but it had my name on it. First name only. It said, "You seem like someone who gets it." Not everyone does. No signature. Just that one line. I didn't see him again for a few days, and I started to think maybe he'd moved on or gotten bored or something. Then, Friday night, I came home around 11 o'clock after hanging out with friends. I took a rideshare, so I didn't see anyone on the way in. But when I got upstairs, I realized my front door wasn't closed all the way. It looked closed, but the latch hadn't caught. I froze. I didn't go in right away. Just stood there with my hand hovering near the knob. Then I turned and went back down the stairs, all the way to the lobby, and called my friend Darren, who lives 2 blocks away. Told him something weird was going on and asked him to come over. He showed up 10 minutes later with a flashlight and a small baseball bat he keeps in his car. We went up together. He pushed the door open fast while I stayed behind him. Nobody was inside. Nothing was stolen. Nothing even moved, really. But I know I locked it before I left. I always do. There was one thing, though. The paper from the note. The one I'd found downstairs. It was on my kitchen counter. I hadn't brought it up. I hadn't even touched it after I found it. I'd left it there thinking maybe the landlord should see it. I don't know how he got in. There were no signs of forced entry, and nothing else was out of place. But that was the last straw. I called the police and filed a report, told them everything. They couldn't prove it was him, but I told them I was scared and showed them the note. They said they patrol the area a little more often, but unless I had something more solid, there wasn't much they could do. I didn't go back to the apartment for a week. Stayed with Darren. We checked the place together a few times, no signs of entry, no new notes, no weird sightings. At work, Brian stopped showing up. No warning. No out-of-office email, no explanation. HR just said he quit. I found out later he'd only given them a one-line resignation email. I thought I'd found someone who understood. I didn't see him again. I moved to a different neighborhood a couple months after that. New job, too. I don't know if he ever came back to the building after I left, or if he followed anyone else. I try not to think about it too hard. But sometimes when I'm walking to the store or coming out of the gym, I'll catch myself checking parked cars and shadowed corners. It was around 10:45 when I stepped out of the restaurant. A coworker had gotten a promotion, so a bunch of us went out for drinks after work. I don't really like crowds or loud places, but I didn't want to be the one who bailed early again. I stayed until people started ordering shots, then slipped out without making a big deal. I ordered an Uber like I always do, double-checked the plate and driver name on the app. White Camry, license ending in 7G2, driver named Sean. Said it would be 5 minutes. It wasn't busy out. Just the occasional couple walking by, people laughing inside the bar. I stood a little away from the entrance, near the curb, watching for headlights. A white car pulled up. I didn't catch the license at first, but it looked like the right make and color. The back window rolled down, and the guy inside leaned over and said, "You waiting for a ride? You going to Brighton?" That threw me. That's where I'd put as the drop off. He even said my name, like, "You're my name, right?" I hesitated, mostly because I didn't remember seeing his face on the app. He didn't look like the profile photo I glanced at. But it was dark, and the car looked right, and he knew where I was headed. I asked, "What's your name?" He said, "Sean." But he didn't say it right away. There was this tiny pause, like he had to think for a second. I started walking toward the car, still not sure. Right then, my phone buzzed. The app said Sean had arrived, but the little map showed his car a block away, still moving. I stopped and said, "Hold on." I asked the guy, "What's the plate number?" He just smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're good. I've got you." That was enough for me. I stepped back onto the sidewalk and said, "You're not my ride," and backed away. The guy didn't argue. Just stared at me, then rolled up the window and drove off, smooth and quiet. A minute later, the real Uber pulled up. Same car, same color, but different plates. Actual Sean waved and said my name before I even opened the door. I got in, didn't say much the whole ride home. I just kept thinking about how close I'd come to getting in that first car. I thought that was the end of it. 2 days later, I was walking to the bus stop in the morning, same route I take every weekday. I passed this black SUV parked along the sidewalk, engine off. Didn't think much of it at first, but as I walked by, I saw someone in the driver's seat watching me. Just sitting there, eyes on me the whole time. It looked like the same guy. I didn't make a contact. Just kept walking like I hadn't noticed. Got on the bus and sat in the back, watching out the window. The SUV didn't move. That night, I started checking every rideshare car more carefully. Not just the plates, but the driver photo, too. I even took screenshots and sent them to a friend before getting in, just in case. A few nights later, I went to grab takeout from a little Thai place near my apartment. It's only a 10-minute walk, but it was late and I was tired, so I ordered ahead and took a car there. Ate inside, then decided to walk home. About halfway back, I heard a car slow down behind me. It wasn't a busy street. No traffic, no one else around. Just that slow roll of tires over asphalt. I turned slightly and saw a dark sedan crawling along the curb. It didn't have headlights on. Just the daytime running lights. I kept walking like I hadn't noticed, turned down a side street. The car kept following. Still slow, still lights off. Then it sped up a little and passed me. I watched it go, same guy. Definitely the same guy from the restaurant. He didn't look at me this time. Just stared straight ahead as he drove past, turned the next corner, and disappeared. I didn't go straight home. I ducked into a convenience store and waited. Bought a bottle of water I didn't want. Texted my roommate just in case, told him to check if anyone was outside when I got back. No one was. The street was empty. The next day, I reported it to Uber. Gave them the time and place, told them someone had impersonated a driver. They said they'd look into it, and I never heard back. The following week, I got home late from work and saw something tucked under the doormat outside my apartment door. Not a package, just a piece of paper, folded in half. It was a printout of a map. My neighborhood. There were little X's marked at different spots of my building, the Thai place, the bus stop, the entrance to my office garage. Nothing written. No name, no message. Just the map and those red ink marks. I brought it inside and sat with it on the table for an hour. Didn't call the cops. Didn't know what I'd even say. Someone left a map. That's not enough. But I knew what it meant. He was keeping track of where I went. I started varying my routes. Different bus stops, different restaurants, no routines. I turned off location sharing on all my apps. Stopped using Uber altogether. A couple weeks went by. Things felt quiet. Then one night, my roommate and I went out for burgers. It was just after 9 o'clock when we left the restaurant. We started walking to his car, parked a couple blocks away. I wasn't even thinking about that guy anymore. Until we saw a car parked across the street. Engine running. Headlights on this time. As we passed, the driver leaned forward a little, like he was looking right at me. I grabbed my roommate's arm and said, "That's him." We didn't go to the car. We turned around and walked right back toward the restaurant. I called 911. I don't know what I thought they'd do, but I told the dispatcher everything. While we waited, the guy drove off. A cruiser showed up maybe 10 minutes later. I gave them a statement. Described the guy, the car, everything. The officer said they'd keep an eye on the area. Again, not much else they could do. I didn't see him after that. Not in person. But a few days later, I got a text from an unknown number. No name. Just a message that said, "I was just trying to be helpful. You didn't have to make it weird." That same night, I heard a knock on the apartment door around 1 o'clock in the morning. Not loud. Just 3 soft knocks. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. My roommate was out of town, and I hadn't told anyone else where I lived. After a minute, I heard footsteps going down the hall. Then nothing. I stayed up until sunrise. Then I packed a bag and went to my sister's place across town. I stayed there for a week. Had the locks changed when I got back. Bought a security camera. Started looking for a new apartment. He never showed up again. But sometimes, when I'm out walking at night, I'll see a car slow down a little as it passes. And every now and then, I catch myself checking the back seat before I get in. Just in case. I woke up to the sound of birds. That's what I remember first, because it was weirdly loud. I live in a quiet neighborhood, suburban, nothing fancy, but not rural either. You hear some birds in the morning, but not like that. Not like someone had turned up the volume just on that one sound. It was a Saturday. I didn't set an alarm or anything. I think I got up around 8:15. Sunlight was coming through the blinds. I was still groggy, stumbling toward the kitchen to make coffee, not really paying attention to anything. Until I saw the back door. Wide open. At first I just stood there. Like maybe I wasn't seeing it right. But the morning air was cool, and I felt it coming into the kitchen. That's when I actually stepped closer and looked at the door, really looked at it. Every single lock was still engaged. The deadbolt, the doorknob lock, and the little sliding bolt I added after I moved it, they were all still in the locked position. I checked them one by one. My hand was shaking by the time I got to the last one. The locks were locked, but the door was open. I didn't understand how that could happen. I kept trying to make sense of it. Maybe I dreamed locking it. But I always check the back door before I go to bed. I'm obsessive about it. I touch each lock. I even kind of talk to myself, bolts done, knobs done, slides done. I know I locked it. I looked outside. My little yard looked normal. Gate was closed. Nothing on the porch. No sign anyone had been there. But still, I didn't open that door. And it was open. I closed it. Turned each lock again. Then opened it back up to see if maybe something was broken. The latch or the bolt or whatever. But it worked exactly like it should. With the locks engaged, the door didn't budge. It wouldn't even rattle. I didn't call the cops. I told myself maybe I'd had a weird dream and sleepwalked. I don't sleepwalk, but I just needed some explanation, any explanation that didn't mean someone had been in my house. So I made coffee. I sat at the kitchen table, just drinking it in silence, trying not to look at the door. Nothing else seemed off. Nothing stolen. Nothing moved. But the whole day felt wrong. Like the walls were thinner. Like I wasn't really alone. That night I locked everything twice. Put a chair under the knob. Left a light on in the hallway. I didn't sleep well. Every noise made me sit up. 3 nights later, I came home from work, and the chain on the front door was hanging loose. Not broken, just unlatched. I never use the chain because it's kind of useless, but I always leave it tucked flat against the frame. This time, it was just swinging a little. Again, nothing missing. Nothing moved. But I started checking closets and under the bed every time I came home. Just stood in the doorway and stared down the hallway before I went in. A week after that, I noticed the attic hatch was slightly open. I live alone. I don't have an attic I go into, not really. Just that square panel in the ceiling in the hallway. I don't even have a ladder for it. It had always been sealed tight. I remember dust on the edges. But when I looked up that afternoon, There was a gap. Not big. Half an inch maybe. Enough to see a sliver of darkness. I got a broom and poked it shut, hard. Heard it click. Then I stared at it for a full minute to make sure it stayed shut. I bought a cheap security camera the next day. One of those plug-in ones you connect to your phone. I pointed it at the back door. Set it to alert me on motion. First night, nothing. Second night, nothing. Third night, I got a notification at 3:14 a.m. I was already awake. Couldn't sleep. I looked at the clip. Nothing moved. Just the frame of the door. But for maybe 2 seconds, it looked like the hallway light flickered. Then back to normal. No one there. I figured it was a glitch. But the fifth night, it went off again. I watched the footage right away. This time, I saw something. A shadow moved past the edge of the frame. Just barely visible. Not enough to see a face. Just movement. Like someone had walked just out of view. Not outside, inside. On the kitchen floor. I didn't breathe for a few seconds. I rewound it. Watched again. Same thing. The motion alert went off after the movement, like the delay had caught the tail end of someone walking out of the room. I didn't call anyone. I don't know why. I just unplugged the camera and put it in a drawer. I felt sick. Like I couldn't even trust what I saw. The next night, I didn't sleep at all. At 4 a.m., I heard a noise from the hallway. A soft creak. The sound the floor makes when you shift your weight on it. I froze in bed. It came again, 2 more steps. Then silence. I waited until morning. Didn't leave the bed. Just stared at the crack under my door until the light started to come through. When I finally walked out, everything looked the same. I opened every door. Checked every cabinet. Nothing. But the attic hatch was open again. This time, fully swung down. I didn't even touch it. I left. Got in my car and drove to a hotel. I stayed there for 3 days. Came back in the middle of the afternoon with my brother. He brought a bat. We went through the whole place, including the attic. There was dust everywhere up there. No footprints. No signs anyone had crawled in or out. The hatch worked fine. No broken latches or anything. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. Until we checked the back door one more time. I hadn't even mentioned that part to my brother. He looked at it and said, "Why is this latch scratched up?" There were marks, thin little gouges in the metal of the sliding bolt. Like someone had tried to force it open, but from inside. The metal was warped outward, not inward. He didn't say anything else. Just looked at me. I didn't know what to say back. We replaced the locks. I added a sensor alarm that beeps if any door opens. And then I moved 2 weeks later. Broke the lease. Didn't care. I don't know how they got in. I never found out. But I still check every lock before bed. I still listen in the dark for creaking floors. And I never use the attic. It started on a Tuesday afternoon, just a regular work day. I was leaving the office around 5:30, a little later than usual because I stayed behind to finish something up. I remember it was already getting dark, that awkward time of year when the sun drops fast and everything feels colder than it should. I was walking to my car in the garage under the building, 2 levels down, mostly empty by then, and I had that weird, tight feeling in my stomach that something wasn't quite right. Not fear, just like I was being watched. I looked around, didn't see anyone. I even kind of laughed at myself. Just the fluorescent lights buzzing and the hum of the exit gate motors. I got in the car, pulled out my phone to check messages. One new text. No name, just a number I didn't recognize. The message was a photo. No caption, no text. Just a picture. It took a second for my brain to catch up. It was me. From that day. Walking out of the building less than 10 minutes earlier. Same coat, same bag, even the coffee I was still holding. The picture was taken from across the street, a little elevated, like from inside a car or through an office window. I stared at it for a long time. My first thought was maybe it was a friend messing with me, but no one I knew had that number, and the picture didn't feel like a joke. It wasn't funny. It was quiet. I didn't reply. Just sat there, still holding my coffee like an idiot, feeling the air go stale in the car. After a minute, I locked the doors and drove home. That night, I checked all my social media. Nothing weird. No hacked accounts, no new follows or anything. I thought about texting the number, asking who it was, but I didn't want to start a conversation with someone who could take pictures of me without me noticing. Next day, I tried to forget about it. Went to work like usual. No texts. But Thursday around noon, I got another one. Different photo. This time I was in line at the sandwich place a couple blocks from the office. I just grabbed a napkin and was looking up at the menu. Same thing, no text, no info. Just the image. I looked around the restaurant immediately. Didn't see anyone holding up a phone. No flash, no weird behavior. I left without ordering. I walked straight back to the office, kept checking behind me every few steps. I passed a guy leaning against a mailbox who looked away too fast when I glanced at him, but that could have been anything. That night, I didn't sleep much. Kept the blinds shut. Didn't go near the windows. Friday, I worked from home. Just told my boss I had a stomach thing. Around 3 p.m., I looked out my kitchen window toward the street. It was rainy, quiet. And right as I turned to walk away, my phone buzzed. New message. Same number. This time, it was a photo of me. In the window. From across the street. The picture wasn't zoomed in. I was small in the frame, just visible between the curtain and the glass. But it was clearly me. You could see the side of my face, one hand on the counter. I dropped my phone. Actually dropped it. I stayed away from the windows the rest of the day. Sat on the floor in my bedroom for hours. Didn't turn on any lights when it got dark. I didn't tell anyone. I don't know why. It felt personal. Like talking about it would make it worse. Saturday, nothing came. I kept checking my phone, even though I didn't want to. I didn't leave the house. Barely moved. Sunday morning, I finally got up and decided to go for a walk, just to clear my head. I put on a hoodie, sunglasses, even a baseball cap, anything to feel less exposed. I didn't go far, just circled a few blocks near my place. Halfway through the walk, I passed a bus stop with one guy sitting on the bench. Middle-aged, wearing a windbreaker, scrolling through his phone. He didn't look up, but something about him made me slow down. I don't know why. Just a weird posture, maybe. When I got home, there was a new photo waiting. Me, walking past the guy on the bench. He must have taken it just a second before I looked at him. I started shaking. Like, real shaking. My fingers barely worked. I called the number. Straight to voicemail. No message, just a default robotic voice. I texted, "Who is this?" Nothing. "What do you want?" Nothing. I called again. Nothing. Then I blocked the number. That night, no messages. Monday morning, I went to the police station. Filed a report. They were polite, but I could tell they didn't think it was anything urgent. I showed them the photos, gave them the number. They said they'd look into it and told me to stay aware of my surroundings. That night, around 11:30, my phone buzzed. New text. Different number. It was a photo again. Me, standing in the police station lobby, talking to the officer. My stomach dropped so fast I thought I was going to throw up. I sat down on the floor right there in my hallway. The next photo came less than a minute later. My building's front door. Shot from maybe 10 feet away. Like the person had just walked up to it. No one buzzed. No knock. Nothing else. I didn't move. Just stared at the phone until it went to sleep. I slept in the bathtub that night with the shower curtain closed. I called out of work Tuesday. Didn't leave the apartment. Didn't make any noise. I covered every window. Around 4 p.m., I got another message. This time it was a photo of my bedroom window from the alley. You could barely see through the blinds, but I recognized the shape of my lamp. The worst part was that it was raining again, and when I checked the alley through the peephole in my back door, there were fresh footprints in the mud. I called the cops again. They came, looked around, didn't find anyone. Told me to stay with a friend if I felt unsafe. So I packed a bag, drove 30 minutes to my sister's place across town. Didn't tell her the whole story, just said someone had been creeping around my building. I turned my phone off that night. First time in a week. The next morning, I powered it back on just to check. No texts. Then, right as I was about to put it down, buzz. New message. Photo. Me, standing on my sister's porch the night before, holding my bag. That was it. I broke the lease 2 days later. Paid the penalty. Found a short-term sublet in a different city. Got a new number. Didn't tell anyone except my sister. The messages stopped after that. But now, every time I go outside, I glance around and wonder if someone's lifting their phone. And every time I feel a buzz in my pocket, even if it's just an email or weather alert, my stomach tightens like I'm about to see my own face. It was a last-minute work trip, just one night out near the state line. Nothing fancy. I was too tired to drive back home after the client meeting, so I booked the cheapest motel I could find with decent reviews. One of those two-story places where all the doors faced the parking lot. It was late by the time I got there, probably close to midnight. The office was closed, but the night manager buzzed me in through a little window. He barely looked up while handing me the key. Physical key, not a card. Room 106. The lot was mostly empty. A couple trucks parked near the far end, one car a few spots down from mine. I didn't see anyone outside. Just those tall yellow lights buzzing overhead and the bugs flinging themselves against them. The room was what I expected. Kind of musty. Scratchy bedspread. A little table by the window with a plastic chair. The bathroom light flickered once when I turned it on. I locked the door behind me, deadbolt and the chain, and stuck a chair under the knob, just because. I wasn't really scared, just wired from the drive. I'd stopped for gas at this one station off the highway where the clerk didn't say a word to me, just stared while scanning my stuff. I guess that kind of put me on edge a little. I changed into sweats, watched a little TV, then finally laid down around 1:30. I remember checking the time because I told myself, okay, if I can fall asleep before 2, I'll be alright tomorrow. I was just starting to drift off when I heard it. The doorknob. It turned slow, like someone was trying to be quiet about it. I froze. I didn't even breathe at first. I stared at the door from the bed, barely a few feet away. The chair shifted just a little with the movement. Then it stopped. Silence for maybe 5 seconds. Then a whisper. "Daniel?" I didn't say anything. The voice came again. Still whispering. Right at the door. "Daniel, I know you're in there." My heart was pounding so hard I felt sick. I stayed completely still. Didn't move, didn't even blink. I didn't know anyone named Daniel. The whisper came again, softer now. "Please let me in." Something about the tone, it wasn't pleading. It was too flat. Too steady. Like they were playing a role. I slid my phone off the nightstand and opened the camera, pointed it at the window near the door. The curtain was mostly drawn, but there was a small gap. I zoomed in and took a photo, not sure it would show anything. When I checked the image, I could barely make out the edge of a shoulder. Someone was standing right up against the door. Then the knob turned again. Just a little. "Daniel, come on." Still whispering. I wanted to call 911, but I was scared they'd hear me talking. So I texted a friend, just said, "Someone's at my door at the motel," whispering. "Not kidding. Please call police." Room 106 at Rockview Inn. They read it almost immediately. I watched the typing bubble pop up, then stop. I waited. The voice outside didn't say anything for a while. Just silence. Then a new sound, fingernails lightly tapping the door. Tap, tap, tap. Slow, rhythmic. I finally moved. I slid off the bed and sat on the floor, back to the wall between the bathroom and the bed. My heart was in my throat. Then came another whisper. "Are you sleeping?" Still right at the door. I heard a shift, like shoes scraping against the concrete outside. Then nothing. It was completely quiet for what felt like forever. I didn't know if they were still there or not. A few minutes later, my phone buzzed again. My friend said they called the cops and someone was on the way. I waited. I don't know how long. Maybe 5 minutes. Maybe 10. Then I saw red and blue lights flash across the curtains. I heard a knock, loud this time. Police. I got up real slow, peeked through the curtain. A uniformed officer was standing there. I opened the door just enough to look out. No one else was in sight. He asked if I was the one who called. I said no, but my friend did. I told him about the whispering, the name, the doorknob. He asked if I'd seen the person, and I showed him the blurry photo. Another cop showed up, and they did a sweep of the lot. They didn't find anyone. No footprints. Nothing left behind. The officer told me it was probably a drunk or someone who had the wrong room. But the way he said it, I could tell he didn't really believe that either. They offered to let me move to a different room, but I said no. I packed my stuff, checked out, and drove 2.5 hours home. Didn't care about work. I just needed to be in my own place. I never heard anything else about it. The motel said no one named Daniel had stayed there that week. And the front office had no cameras facing the room doors. For weeks after that, I kept thinking I heard whispers outside my apartment window. Every creak in the hall felt like someone trying my lock. But nothing ever happened again. I still can't figure out what really happened that night. I mean, it sounds insane when I tell people, but this was as real as anything I've ever experienced. No drugs, no alcohol, just some weird stuff that doesn't make sense. It all started around 10 p.m. on a Thursday. I had the whole night to myself. My roommate was out of town for work, and I was just chilling at home, planning to binge watch some shows and order pizza. I remember exactly because I texted my friend Jake earlier that day, telling him I'd be home all evening. Jake and I usually hung out on weekends, but that night he was working late at some retail store across town. He wasn't supposed to finish until midnight, and we've been texting a bit throughout the day about meeting up Friday. Nothing out of the ordinary. Around 10:15, my phone buzzed with a message from Jake. It was just a photo of a woman in the parking lot of the mall where he worked. Nothing weird about that, except she looked a lot like me, or at least someone who could pass for me if you glanced quickly. I texted him back, "Who's that?" His reply was immediate. "You! You're in the parking lot right now, wearing that red jacket you never wear. How are you there? You said you'd be home." I laughed. Nope. Definitely not me. I'm sitting on my couch eating chips. Are you sure? I swear it's you. Face and everything. I was about to dismiss it as some coincidence or bad lighting when my curiosity got the better of me. I opened my front door just enough to peek outside. The street was empty except for a couple cars parked far down the block. No way I was anywhere near a mall parking lot 15 miles away. I texted Jake again, "Take another pic. Zoom in, maybe?" He did, sent a clearer shot. The person looked even more like me now, same build, hair tied back the same way, the red jacket zipped up tight. But I had literally been home the entire time. That's when I started feeling that creeping unease. Jake said, "Look closer. That's definitely you. You're standing near the black sedan." I didn't have any idea what he was talking about. I'd been inside since I got home around 7. I checked my phone's location history just to be sure. It showed I hadn't left the house after 7. My GPS was active. I wasn't messing with it. No weird glitches. So either Jake was crazy, or someone was out there pretending to be me. But why? And how? I mean, it was me, but not me. The weird part was, after that, the messages stopped. Jake said a few customers needed help, and he went back to work. I thought maybe the me in the parking lot had left, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I kept watching my front window, expecting to see someone lurking outside or a shadow moving across the street. Around 11, my phone buzzed again. This time it wasn't Jake. It was a number I didn't recognize. The message was just a photo of me, or that other me, standing in the parking lot, looking straight at the camera. I froze. I showed the photo to my roommate the next day, but he said it looked like me only from a distance. Still, it was freaky. Over the next week, I started noticing small things at home that felt off. My front door was sometimes unlocked when I thought I'd locked it. The back gate latch seemed loose. Once, I heard footsteps in the backyard at 3 a.m., but when I looked outside, no one was there. I told Jake what I was experiencing, and he swore he'd seen the double of me again twice, both times in different spots across town. It felt like someone was shadowing me, copying my every move, but without ever approaching. Just showing up in places I was nowhere near. One night, I decided to catch whoever it was. I left the house around midnight, wearing the red jacket Jake said the other me was wearing, just in case. I drove to the mall parking lot and sat in my car, waiting. For about an hour, nothing. Then I saw a figure across the lot, near the black sedan Jake mentioned. I couldn't make out the face in the dark, but the build, the hair, even the jacket looked identical. I turned off the car and stayed perfectly still, hoping they'd move closer or do something. But they just stood there, motionless, like a statue. I locked the doors, started the engine, and left without a word. After that, the sighting stopped. I never saw that other me again, and the weird noises and unlocked doors at home vanished. I'm still not sure if it was some elaborate prank, a stalker, or something else, but the whole thing left me feeling watched in a way I can't explain. Like someone was trying to replace me, or just remind me they were there. I'm careful now, watching over my shoulder, triple checking locks, and never ignoring texts about weird sightings. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the house is too quiet, I wonder what that other me would do if we ever met face to face. I still remember that night pretty clearly. Nothing about it made sense at the time, but everything felt off from the second I ordered my food until I slammed the door behind me, finally safe inside. I had a long day, work was draining, and I just wanted to crash on the couch with some comfort food. So I fired up the app, picked a burger place nearby, and ordered my usual. The delivery time said about 30 minutes. I wasn't in a rush, so I turned on a show and waited. Around the 25-minute mark, my phone buzzed. The delivery guy was outside. I grabbed my wallet, opened the front door, and stepped out. The porch light was dim, and the street was quiet, just a distant hum of cars on the main road. But when I looked up, the delivery guy was already standing there holding the paper bag. I recognized him from the photo in the app. Tall, maybe early 30s, scruffy beard, a cap pulled low. Nothing unusual so far. What freaked me out was that he didn't say a word. No hey, no here's your food, no have a good night. Just this dead, blank stare that felt like it was trying to look right through me. Like he knew who I was, but wasn't interested in talking. I blinked, glanced down at the bag, and reached out to grab it. Still no response. The air felt heavy. I felt this tight pressure in my chest like I was suddenly inside some weird silent movie. My brain was trying to piece it together. Maybe he didn't hear me. Maybe he was shy. Maybe something was wrong. I said, thanks. Still nothing. I backed up toward the door, bag in hand, trying to keep the mood casual. Appreciate it. He just kept staring. At this point, I was starting to feel really uncomfortable. I glanced around to see if anyone else was nearby, neighbors, cars, anything. Nothing. I wanted to shut the door and be done with it, but as I took a step forward, he lifted his head slightly and pointed with his eyes toward the sidewalk. I followed his gaze and saw a dark figure across the street, standing under a street lamp. Just standing there, hands in pockets, looking my way. It was hard to make out details, but it felt like that person was watching me. I glanced back at the delivery guy. His face was still blank, but his eyes were sharp now, almost too sharp. Is someone else here? I asked quietly. No answer. The air between us stretched out, thick and heavy. I fumbled with the door handle, ready to slam it shut, But then I noticed something. His free hand wasn't holding anything, no phone, no wallet, no order receipt. Just clenched. My skin crawled. I took a quick step back and shut the door. Then I locked it, double-checked the deadbolt, and peeked out the window. The delivery guy was gone. But the figure across the street? Still there. I called the restaurant to check if the driver had left. Yes, they said, he dropped off the order 5 minutes ago. I told them about the silent guy and the stranger watching me. They said maybe it was a mix-up, a new guy who didn't know how to handle customers. I didn't buy it. For the next few days, I kept looking out the window at night. Sometimes, I'd see that figure again, standing far off, always watching, never moving. I changed delivery places after that, but the feeling didn't go away. I never saw the delivery guy again, but that night, when the man holding my food just stared and said nothing, it was like I was being warned or watched by someone who wasn't there to deliver burgers at all. I never thought much about it at first. I mean, who would want to mess with my old car? It's a 10-year-old sedan, kind of beat up, nothing fancy, just enough to get me from point A to B. But it started with those scratches. The first time I noticed them, I was getting in to go to work. I'd been running late, fumbling with my keys, and then I caught it out of the corner of my eye, this long, jagged scratch right under the driver's side door handle. It looked fresh, like someone had tried to dig their fingernails or maybe a tool into the paint, trying to force it open. I blinked, touched the scratch lightly, and pulled my hand back quick like it was sharp. I didn't say anything to anyone. Figured maybe I just scraped it on something or someone was careless in the parking lot. The lot I parked in was kind of deserted at night, a few street lights, but enough dark spots that you wouldn't want to hang around if you didn't have to. The next morning I checked again. The scratch looked deeper. That kind of odd, angry pattern, like whoever did it was frustrated, maybe trying to jimmy the door. It wasn't big, but it wasn't something you'd get by just brushing past a wall. I thought about telling the apartment manager, or calling the cops. But I didn't want to be that guy, the paranoid person complaining about nothing. Besides, nothing had been stolen, no signs of forced entry. So I brushed it off, thinking it was some random vandal. The nights after that got weird. I started hearing things around the parking lot when I came home late, soft footsteps on the gravel, a faint scraping noise like nails on metal, or something rubbing against my tires. I never saw anyone, but the noises were close enough to make my skin crawl. One night, I parked my car, got out, and froze. Right under the same door handle where the scratch was, there was this tiny, fresh scrape, like someone had just tried again to pry it open. I looked around. No one. I locked the car, hurried inside, and checked all my doors and windows before I went to bed. The next morning, I took a better look at the scratches in daylight. Some were deeper now, but the worst part was a little dent near the lock. Like someone was getting bolder. I started parking right under the security cameras in the lot, hoping to catch whoever was messing with my car. But the footage was useless, grainy, dark, and no one showed up near my car at night. Then my phone started acting weird. Not ringing or buzzing, just the screen flickering sometimes when I was outside, like static. I figured it was a signal, or maybe a glitch from the apartment building's Wi-Fi. But every time it happened, I got this weird feeling like someone was watching me. Like the car scratches weren't just about the car. I got the locks changed on my car. Got the fancy new keyless entry, hoping it would stop anyone from trying to get in. For a few nights, everything was quiet. Then, one night around midnight, I woke up to a faint sound outside my window. At first, I thought it was the wind. But then I heard it again, slow, deliberate scraping. I peeked through the blinds. The parking lot was empty, except for my car. The streetlight above it flickered on and off, casting weird shadows. And then I saw it. A figure, crouched by my driver's side door, moving slow, hands near the handle. I swallowed hard, heart pounding. I grabbed my phone, tried to call 911, but my fingers were shaking too much to dial right away. The figure paused, looked straight up at my window, and I swore I could see the outline of a face, pale and motionless. Then the scratching started again, louder, angrier, as if trying harder to get inside. I locked my bedroom door, backed away, and called 911. The operator told me to stay calm and keep the line open. The figure got up, stared at the car for a moment more, then disappeared into the shadows behind the lot. The cops came within minutes but found no one. No footprints, no broken glass, no signs anyone was there. The scratches were still fresh, though. After that, I stayed with a friend for a few nights. I gave the car to a mechanic to check if someone had tried to tamper with the locks or install a tracking device. They found nothing unusual. I moved parking spots, locked the apartment door twice, even installed a motion sensor light. But every night, I catch myself listening for the scraping, the footsteps, watching for shadows in the corner of my eyes. It went on for weeks like this. I never saw the figure again, but the scratches kept appearing, always under that same door handle, deeper and more frantic. Eventually, I sold the car and moved to a different building. No more scratches, no more sounds. But sometimes, when I see a car door handle, I think about those nights, how close someone got to breaking in, watching me, testing my limits without ever showing themselves. I don't know why they picked me or what they wanted, but that quiet, patient stalking felt worse than anything breaking through the door ever could. It was around 10:30 on a Tuesday night when my apartment buzzer rang. I'd been watching dumb TV, scrolling through my phone, the usual quiet night alone. I almost didn't want to get up, but the buzzer sounded again, insistent this time. I looked at the intercom screen, just the stairwell camera, no one outside the front door. "Hello?" I said, pressing the button to answer. There was this crackly silence, and then a voice. It was low and urgent, a whisper almost. "Don't hang up. He's in the stairwell." My stomach dropped. I looked toward the hallway window by the stairs. Nothing visible in the dim light. "Who is this?" I asked, but the line went dead before I could say more. I sat back down, trying to convince myself it was a prank. Maybe some kid messing around. But the voice sounded real. Scared. Not like one of those dumb gotcha calls. I wasn't about to open the door or rush downstairs, but I couldn't just ignore it either. I locked all my deadbolts, closed the blinds, and texted my best friend what happened. No reply. I called him. Went straight to voicemail. After a while, I tried the intercom again, hoping for a follow-up, but no one answered. Just that creepy silence on the other end. I figured I should at least check the stairwell. I live on the 3rd floor, so I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and crept out into the hallway. The stairwell door was locked, just like always. I pressed my ear to it. Nothing. I shined the flashlight down the stairs, no one. Just shadows and the faint hum of the building's heater. I was about to head back inside when I noticed something strange. The stairwell light, which usually stays on all night, was flickering on and off. I took a deep breath and unlocked the door slowly. I stepped inside, the light buzzing overhead, casting jerky shadows on the walls. I called out softly, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No answer. I moved down one flight, my footsteps echoing. Halfway down, I saw the door to the basement was slightly ajar. That made me freeze. The basement door never gets left open. It leads to storage, and building maintenance keeps it locked. I pulled the door wider with my foot. The basement was dark and smelled like damp concrete. I tried my phone flashlight, sweeping it over the empty hallway. Nothing. No sign of anyone. I closed the door and locked it tight. Back upstairs, I double-checked my apartment door and windows. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling someone was out there. The next night, my buzzer rang again. This time, no voice. Just static. Then a faint whisper, barely audible. "He's watching." I didn't answer. I called the building manager first thing the next day, explained what happened. She said no one had been reported hanging around, but she'd checked the cameras. That afternoon, she called me back. "There's someone on camera," she said, voice tight. "A man wearing a hoodie, just standing in the stairwell, watching the apartment door. Every night around this time." I told her I was going to stay with a friend for a while. That night, packed a bag, slipped out the side door, and didn't look back. I haven't lived there since. But sometimes when my phone buzzes late at night, I get that same static, that same whisper, "He's watching." I don't even know how to start this right. I've gone over everything in my head a million times, trying to figure out if I missed something obvious. But no, it was just me, my usual walk, and then that envelope taped to my front door. That was the night everything changed. I live in a pretty quiet neighborhood. Not sketchy or anything, just a bunch of regular houses, some trees, sidewalks, kids riding bikes. I usually go for a walk after dinner, just to clear my head. Nothing fancy, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. I stick to the same route almost every time, down the street, a couple of blocks past the park, then loop back through a side street near a small grocery store. This one night, I came back from my walk and the envelope was there. Just taped right to my front door, kind of hanging off the handle. It wasn't blowing around or anything, just stuck there like someone left it carefully. I didn't hear anyone, and I don't think the neighbors did either. It's late, everyone's usually inside by then. The envelope was plain, no writing on the front or back. I peeled it off the door and took it inside. I was half expecting maybe a note from a neighbor or something, but what was inside caught me completely off guard. It was a map of my walking route. Not some fancy GPS printout, just a rough, hand-drawn map. It showed the streets I usually walk on, nothing complicated. But then there was this other path marked in red ink, winding away from my usual route into parts of the neighborhood I don't normally go through. The red line wasn't just a detour, it looked like a trap. It cut through alleys and past a few houses with boarded windows or overgrown yards. I stared at it for a while, my stomach twisting. Who would make a map like this? And why leave it taped to my door? The first weird thing I noticed was the detail. The map had small marks next to certain houses, like little X's or dots. I recognized some from my walks: an empty lot, a street light that's always flickering, that one house with the weird porch swing that squeaks even when it's not windy. Whoever drew this knew the neighborhood really well. At first, I thought maybe it was a prank. But then I remembered some strange things from the past few weeks. Like the night about 2 weeks ago when I thought I heard footsteps behind me on my walk. I stopped and looked back, but there was nothing there. I figured it was just my imagination or some animal. Then there was the guy at the corner store who kept staring at me while I bought my usual snacks. He didn't say anything, just watched. I moved away quickly after that. Another night, my neighbor's dog barked nonstop for like 10 minutes. I looked out the window but didn't see anyone. And the weirdest was a couple of times I swore my phone buzzed with a text message, but when I checked, there was nothing. No notification, no missed call, no message. Like the signal got interrupted or something. All those things didn't make sense at the time, but now, with the map in front of me, they felt connected. I called my best friend, Jake, and told him about the envelope. He laughed at first, saying maybe it was some weird urban game or a joke. I wasn't so sure. Jake said he'd come over, but I told him maybe it was better if I figured this out first. I kept the map on my kitchen table and tried to think. The next night, I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing little noises outside, cars passing by, a distant dog, leaves rustling. At some point, I heard a faint tapping on the window, like a fingernail lightly knocking. I froze, waiting to see if it would happen again. It didn't. When I looked outside, nothing was there. The whole time, I kept thinking about that red route on the map. Why mark it? Was it a warning? An invitation? Or something worse? The day after that, I left a map on my front porch to see if anyone would come for it. Nothing happened all day. No footsteps, no cars stopping. But that night, my doorbell rang. I didn't answer. When I looked through the peephole, no one was there. Then I saw a shadow move across the driveway, someone walking quickly away, out of sight. I locked all my doors and windows and stayed inside the rest of the night. I called the police the next morning and told them about the envelope and the doorbell. They said they'd send a patrol car by, but nothing really came of it. No prints on the envelope, no signs of forced entry, no reports of suspicious people nearby. Then, a few days later, I decided I couldn't just sit and wait. I took the map and went out for a walk. I wanted to see what that red route led to. I started on my usual path, then took the turn the map showed. It led me to a narrow alley between two buildings I hadn't noticed before. The alley was dark, littered with trash, and smelled like stale smoke. As I walked through, I felt eyes on me. I kept looking around, but no one was there. My phone buzzed in my pocket. It was a text, but the screen was blank. No number, no message. I got to the end of the alley and saw a door slightly open. It looked like it led to a basement or storage area. I didn't go in. I turned around and walked back fast. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Every little noise had me jumping. I stayed with Jake that weekend. He told me to get some cameras or a security system. The next week, I bought a small doorbell camera and set it up outside. That night, I got a notification. Someone was standing at my door. Not moving. Just staring up at the camera. I called the police again and stayed on the phone with them until they showed up. By the time they arrived, the person was gone. They searched the neighborhood, but no luck. After that, I changed my walking route, avoided the usual spots, and started carrying pepper spray. It took weeks before I felt even a little safe. I still think about that envelope taped to my door. Who left it? Why mark that red path? I never found out. But I know someone was watching, waiting. And I'm not the same person I was before. I've never been the type to freak out easily, but this one stretch of nights last fall really got under my skin. It wasn't like something happened all at once. It was slow, quiet, and weird in a way that made my skin crawl, like I was being watched but without anyone doing anything outright obvious. I live in a pretty normal part of town, a small apartment right on a side street. It's not sketchy, more just quiet. Sometimes too quiet. The kind of place where you don't hear much besides the occasional dog barking or a car passing by, and you get used to the routine sounds, the old pipes in the building, the faint hum from the streetlights. One night, around 10 p.m., I happened to glance out my living room window and noticed a car parked across the street. It was a dark sedan, probably a 2010s model, nothing flashy. Engine was off, no headlights on. At first, I thought it was just someone visiting a neighbor or something. The windows were rolled down a little, like maybe someone left it that way on accident. I didn't think much of it and went back to watching TV. The next night, I looked again from the same spot, same car, same place, same time. This time the windows were rolled down a little more. I mean, maybe an inch the first night, and now maybe 2 inches. The street was quiet. No one got out. The car just sat there. I blinked, thinking maybe I was imagining it, or the wind pushed the windows down more. But that didn't make sense. I didn't think car windows could roll down on their own like that. Night 3, same thing. Same car, same spot. The windows were rolled down even more. Enough that I could almost see inside if I leaned closer to the window. I started paying more attention. Each night, the windows crept down a bit more. Not all the way, just inch by inch. The car never moved, never turned on. I didn't see anyone come or go, but the windows kept sliding down slowly, like a timer counting down or something. I told myself maybe it was just a car with a faulty window motor, like it was slowly going down on its own. But why leave it there every night? I figured if it was broken, someone would have come to fix it or moved it by now. After about a week of this, I noticed something else. The car wasn't registered, or at least, it didn't have a front plate. Just a rear plate that I couldn't read clearly from my window. No stickers or anything that might help ID it. I started to feel kind of on edge. It was the way it just sat there. The street was dead quiet at night, and this car was there every single night. The windows down a little more each time. Like it was waiting for something or someone. One night, I caught movement. A shadow crossed behind the car, just for a second. No one came to get in or out. I stared, but when I blinked, it was gone. I thought about calling the cops, but didn't want to seem paranoid. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the owner parked it and was inside a nearby house, or maybe it was stolen and dumped there. But that still didn't explain the windows. One night, I was coming home late from work. It was close to midnight, and as I walked up the sidewalk, the street was empty except for that same car. I saw the windows were almost all the way down, maybe just a few inches left at the top. I stopped a few feet away, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I looked inside carefully. The driver's seat was empty, but the passenger seat had something odd, a small, plain cardboard box sitting there. Nothing written on it. I didn't get close enough to see inside. I tried to keep calm and just kept walking home. When I got inside, I locked the door and checked the peephole. The car was still there, dark and quiet. The next night, I stayed up watching from the window. Around 10:30 p.m., I saw a figure. A guy, probably in his 30s, wearing a hoodie, walked up from down the block. He stopped next to the car, looked around like he was making sure no one was watching. Then he reached in through the driver's side window, grabbed something from the seat, and got back out. He never turned on the car or sat inside. After a few minutes, he walked away in the other direction, down a side street. I wanted to get a better look, but I was too nervous. I texted my friend what was happening, and he told me to call the police. The next night, the car was gone. I thought maybe it was finally over. But then, 2 nights later, a new car showed up, same model, same color, parked in the same spot. And the windows started rolling down again, inch by inch, just like before. I realized whoever was doing this wasn't just leaving a broken car. They were sending some kind of message or playing a game. One night, I heard footsteps outside my window. Slow, careful. I looked out and saw the same guy from before, just standing there across the street, staring straight at my window. I froze, couldn't move or speak. He didn't say anything, didn't do anything except watch me for maybe 30 seconds, then turned and walked away. I called the cops after that. They told me they'd patrol the area, but they never found the guy or the car. I ended up staying with my friend for a few days. When I came back, the car was gone again, and the street felt normal. But sometimes, when it's late and quiet, I swear I see headlights way down the block, and a window roll down slowly, just a little bit. I'm not really sure where to start with this, but I guess the best way is just to say what happened, straight up. It was a few months ago, late at night, nothing out of the ordinary until this weird voicemail showed up. At first, I thought it was some kind of prank or glitch, but then things got more unsettling. I live alone in a small apartment in the city. Not a fancy place, but it's mine. I'm pretty careful about who I give my number to, and I don't usually answer calls from unknown numbers. So when I got a voicemail from my own number, I thought it had to be some kind of mistake or scam. I was half watching a show on my laptop when the notification popped up, new voicemail. The caller ID said my own phone number. Weird, right? I almost deleted it without listening, but something made me check it out. When I played it, there was nothing but muffled breathing, heavy and uneven, like someone was nervous or scared. Then, very faintly, I could hear footsteps, slow and deliberate, but distant, like someone walking down a hallway or maybe outside a building. The whole thing went on for about 3 or 4 minutes. No words, no sounds I could make sense of. Just breathing in footsteps. At first, I figured it had to be some weird glitch or someone messing with caller ID, but no one I know uses tech like that. I tried calling my own number to see if it happened again, but nothing. The next day, I asked around at work, mentioned it to a few friends, but no one had ever heard of anything like that happening. One friend joked maybe I was getting haunted or something, but that felt dumb to me. Still, the voicemail stuck in my head. I couldn't shake the feeling that it meant something, like someone was there and wanted me to know. I checked my phone's security settings, updated everything, scanned for malware, and changed my voicemail password. No sign of any breach. The nights after, I kept hearing noises in my apartment, faint footsteps on the floor above, creaks in the walls. Could have been normal old building sounds, but sometimes it felt like it was timed, like someone was pacing outside my door or in the hallway. I'd freeze every time I heard it. One night, I was getting ready for bed when my phone buzzed again. Another voicemail. Same number, my own. I hesitated before playing it, but I did. This time, the breathing was closer. Sharper, more urgent. The footsteps were heavier, like someone was running or stomping. Then, right at the end, I thought I heard a whisper, but I couldn't make out what it said. I played it over and over, but it was just a faint hiss, nothing clear. I started locking everything up tight. Double-checked my door, windows, even the deadbolt. I didn't tell anyone how on edge I was getting. I figured maybe it was some creepy tech prank, but it felt too real. A couple nights later, I was lying awake when I thought I heard knocking. Soft at first, then louder. I checked the peephole, nothing. The hallway was empty, no one there. I waited a few minutes, then heard a quiet rustling sound near the front door. My heart was pounding. I grabbed my keys and phone, ready to bolt if needed. I called the building security number from my phone, but it went straight to voicemail. I debated calling the cops, but I wasn't sure what to tell them. No evidence, no clear threat, just this weird voicemail and noises. The next morning, I found scuff marks on the floor near the door, small, like someone had dragged something heavy, but nothing else out of place. I couldn't figure out how it got there. That day, I got a message from an unknown number. Just one sentence, "Stop listening." I didn't reply. A few days went by with nothing new. I tried to relax, but the feeling of being watched never left. Then, late one night, I woke up to my phone ringing. The screen showed my own number again. I didn't answer. I just stared at it until it stopped. The next morning, I checked the voicemail. It was different this time, a distorted voice saying my full name, slow and deliberate, followed by the sound of a door closing. No breathing or footsteps, just the voice. I was freaked out, but still didn't know what to do. A few nights later, I decided to leave a light on and stay up a little longer. Around 2 a.m., I heard the faintest sound of someone trying the door handle. My stomach dropped. I stayed quiet, holding my phone, ready to call for help if it opened. The handle rattled again, slow and deliberate, then stopped. I waited another 10 minutes before calling the front desk, and a security guard confirmed no one was supposed to be in the building that late except residents. I didn't sleep much after that. The next day, I installed a security camera in my apartment hallway, pointing toward the door. That night, I watched the live feed on my phone. Around midnight, the camera picked up movement, a shadow crossing the hallway, too tall and slow to be a pet or anything normal. I zoomed in, but it was just a blurry silhouette. Then I saw it reach toward the door, trying the handle. I called the front desk again. The guard said he'd send someone to check. Minutes later, a maintenance guy knocked and came in. We looked at the door, it was locked tight, no signs of forced entry. He didn't see anything suspicious but offered to walk me down to my car. I felt safer for the first time in days. After that, the voicemail stopped. The footsteps and noises vanished. The weird messages stopped. I moved out a couple weeks later to a place with better security. I never found out who was messing with me or why, but I still get chills thinking about those calls. Hearing my own number on the screen, knowing someone was out there listening, watching, close enough to try my door but never quite there. And the worst part? Knowing they could have just been waiting for me to answer. I don't usually buy second-hand furniture, but I needed a dresser for my bedroom and didn't want to spend a ton of money. So one Saturday I went to this thrift store a few towns over, nothing fancy, just hoping to find something decent. That's when I spotted it, a pretty old wooden dresser, solid but kind of beat up. It looked like something my grandma might have had, and it was cheap enough that I figured I could fix it up if needed. I loaded it into my car and brought it home. The first couple of days I just used it as it was, but after a while, I decided to really clean it out and check for any damage. That's when I noticed something weird. One of the bottom drawers didn't open all the way. It felt like it was hitting something inside. I pulled and pushed a bit, and finally, a little panel on the side popped open. I'd never seen anything like it, a small hidden compartment, maybe a foot deep and about a foot wide. Inside, there was a stack of Polaroid photos. I pulled them out one by one and started flipping through them. Each one was a picture of someone sleeping, but what made it creepy was that it was always someone in their own home, in bed, totally unaware. Some were close-ups, some were wider shots. The quality was bad, grainy, but you could definitely tell these weren't staged or posed. What freaked me out even more was that I recognized some of the houses. They were right in my neighborhood, my street, my next-door neighbor's place, even the house a few doors down. I didn't know anyone who'd be doing this. It was like someone had been sneaking around at night, taking pictures of people while they slept. I flipped through maybe 50 or 60 pictures before I stopped, feeling my skin crawl. I wasn't sure whether to call the cops or just throw everything away and pretend I never saw it. The next few nights were rough. I kept checking my windows, locking the doors multiple times, and I noticed I started jumping at every little noise. I thought maybe I imagined some of the sounds, but then I caught glimpses of shadows outside my window, nothing solid, but enough to make me freeze. I tried to think back to when I picked up the dresser. The thrift store was in a sketchy part of town, and I remembered the guy who sold it seemed kind of off, quiet, avoiding eye contact, like he was nervous. I didn't ask him too many questions, but now I wished I had. A couple of nights after I found the photos, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my bedroom. I froze, trying to listen, but they stopped suddenly. I didn't want to call out or move, afraid whoever it was might hear me. After a few minutes, everything went silent. The next day, I told a friend what I'd found. She told me I should definitely get rid of the dresser, but I felt like I needed to find out more. I took a closer look at the pictures, trying to see if any had dates or clues. One photo stood out, a shot of a person sleeping, but in the background, through the window, you could see a street sign. I looked it up and confirmed it was less than a block from my place. Whoever took these wasn't just a random creep, they were close, watching, waiting. I called the police to report what I found. They came out, took the photos as evidence, and said they checked the thrift store and look into any reports of stalking in the area. They told me to be extra careful, but it felt like that was easier said than done. That night, I stayed up until dawn, barely sleeping. The feeling that someone was watching me didn't go away. I kept checking my locks, peeking out windows, trying to spot anything unusual. Weeks later, the police called me back. They found the guy who sold the dresser. Apparently, he'd been arrested for breaking and entering and had a history of stalking neighbors. The dresser had been his, and the photos were all taken by him. They told me the guy had been under surveillance but hadn't been caught yet, and this was the break they needed. They thanked me for reporting it and told me I was lucky I found the compartment when I did. After that, I got rid of the dresser, changed the locks on my doors, and started looking into getting a security system. I haven't seen or heard anything suspicious since, but sometimes, when I'm lying in bed, I can't help but wonder how many others out there don't know they're being watched. The whole thing was a nightmare, but at least I caught it before it got worse. I don't even know where to start with this, but it happened to me a couple months ago. It wasn't one of those wild horror stories with crazy chases or anything, just pure, slow building, what the hell is going on kind of fear. So, one afternoon I was sitting on my couch, just messing around on my laptop, when the doorbell rang. I wasn't expecting anything, so it surprised me. I looked through the peephole, and there was this plain brown box sitting on my doorstep. No one in sight. I live in a pretty quiet neighborhood, so seeing a package with no one delivering it was already weird. I grabbed the box and brought it inside. It was unmarked, no return address, no label, nothing. I thought maybe it was some kind of prank or mistake. I shook it a little, but it didn't make any noise. I figured maybe it was from some random online order I forgot about or a neighbor dropping off something. I opened it carefully, and inside, there was just a USB drive taped to a folded piece of paper. The note wasn't handwritten, just printed in plain text. "You looked better with the blinds closed." Nothing else. No name, no explanation. My heart started pounding a little. I had no clue what that was supposed to mean. I didn't recognize the font or anything, and honestly, it freaked me out. I almost didn't want to plug it in, but curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed my laptop and plugged the USB in. It didn't auto-run or anything, just showed one file, a video file. I clicked on it. The video started, and I froze. It was footage of my apartment living room, exactly how it looked now. The camera angle was from outside my window, so I could see the couch, the coffee table, and my blinds. And then the camera zoomed in on me sitting there, exactly as I was at that moment, working on my laptop. I sat there for a moment, heart pounding, watching myself on the screen. My first thought was someone had set up a hidden camera outside my window. But I live on the second floor, and the windows face the street. It would be hard for someone to put a camera up there without me noticing. Then, the video cut to a close-up of the blinds on my window, and I realized what the note meant. I had left the blinds open that day. I always keep them closed, especially when I'm home alone, but for some reason that afternoon I left them up. The video was probably taking just minutes before I got the package. I unplugged the USB and looked around my apartment. It was too quiet, except for the faint hum of traffic outside. I suddenly noticed how exposed everything felt, like I was sitting in a glass box. The rest of the day, I kept checking the windows and doors. Nothing seemed out of place. But every little sound made me jump: a car door slamming, a dog barking across the street. I closed the blinds right then, locking the windows too. The next day, I went to the nearby electronics store and bought a cheap security camera. I set it up to cover the living room window and plugged it in, hoping it would catch something if someone tried to watch me again. A couple of nights passed, and nothing unusual happened. But then on the third night, I noticed my phone buzzing, a text from an unknown number. It was just one word: watch. I didn't reply. My stomach dropped. I felt like I was being watched all the time now. Every shadow outside looked like someone hiding. Every reflection in the glass felt like eyes staring back at me. The next day, I left my apartment a little early to run errands, locking everything behind me. When I came back in the evening, the front door was slightly ajar. I'm not exaggerating, it wasn't open wide, but it was enough to see the gap. I always double-check the locks before I leave, and I was positive I locked the door that morning. I froze outside for a second, heart racing. I didn't see anything or anyone suspicious around. I slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, looking around. Nothing seemed stolen or messed with, but the fact someone had been inside without me knowing made my blood run cold. I checked the windows again, all locked, no signs of forced entry. I called a locksmith at night and changed the locks, feeling like I needed some extra security. For the next few days, I barely left my apartment except to go to work. I kept the blinds closed all the time, even during the day. I even put a chair against the door at night. One evening, about a week after the package, I was sitting on the couch when my security camera app on my phone pinged motion detected. I opened the app, heart in my throat. The live feed showed my front window from the outside. At first, everything was dark and empty, but then a figure appeared, standing just out of clear view in the shadows. I couldn't make out much, just a silhouette, someone wearing a hoodie, standing very still. I started recording from the app and grabbed my keys, ready to leave or call the cops if it got worse. The figure stayed there for a few minutes, just standing and watching. Then, slowly, the person turned and disappeared down the street. I called the police and reported it. They came by, took down what I saw on my phone, and said they patrol the area more. They couldn't do much without catching the person in the act, but they took the report seriously. After that, I didn't see the figure again, and the calls and texts stopped. I started to feel a little safer. I eventually moved to a new place, somewhere with fewer windows facing the street and better security. Looking back, what freaked me out the most wasn't just the watching or the notes, it was how normal it all seemed at first. A package with no return address. A creepy note. A video that made me feel like I had no privacy. And even now, sometimes when I'm in my new place, I catch myself glancing at the windows, making sure the blinds are closed. Because once someone crosses that line, it's hard to forget. The first time I noticed him, it was late afternoon. I was walking back from the grocery store, a couple bags in each hand, when I saw a guy standing across the street near the corner mailbox. He was holding one of those old school cameras, like one of those bulky DSLRs with a big lens, not a phone, and he was just pointing it at my apartment building. Not snapping quickly, just slowly raising it, adjusting it, and then lowering it again. Then raising it, focusing, lowering. At first, I thought maybe he was a tourist or something. Our neighborhood isn't really a tourist spot, but you never know. I figured he might just like the architecture or maybe was messing around with some photography project. But there was something off about the way he stood there. Like he wasn't just casually taking pictures, more like waiting for something or someone. I kept watching as I crossed the street, and when I got closer, I could see him staring right at my window. Like the one in my living room. That's when I slowed down. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but my skin crawled. I paused on the sidewalk, trying to act normal, but my eyes stayed glued to him. After a minute, he lowered the camera and looked directly at me. He didn't smile or anything, just held eye contact like he was waiting for me to say something. So I walked over, careful not to make a scene. "Hey," I said, voice a little louder than I planned. "What are you doing?" He tilted his head like he was sizing me up, then just pointed to the camera. "Photography," he said flatly. That was it. No explanation. Just photography. I wanted to say something else, like why here, or why my building, but before I could, he suddenly said my name. Jake. My heart slammed in my chest. I don't know this guy. I've never seen him before in my life. No idea how he knew my name. I asked, "How do you know my name?" He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and took off down the street, quick but calm, like he wasn't trying to run away but just wanted to disappear. I stood there frozen for a second, bags in hand, feeling stupid and paranoid. After a moment, I ran inside my apartment, locked the door, and checked all the windows. Nothing seemed out of place. No sign anyone had been inside or anything. But that feeling, the one like someone was watching me, didn't go away. Over the next few days, I kept seeing him around. Sometimes standing by the streetlight a block over, sometimes leaning against a telephone pole just staring at my building. Every time I tried to get closer, he vanished. One night, I heard footsteps outside my window. It was late, maybe around midnight. I live on the second floor, so I peeked through the blinds. There he was, crouched near the front steps, holding the same camera. He looked up suddenly, caught my eye, and then smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was slow, cold, like he knew something I didn't. That's when I realized he was watching me all along. I called the police that night, but when they came to check the area, he was gone. They said there wasn't enough evidence to do anything. So I started changing my routine, coming home at different times, keeping the blinds closed, even asking my neighbors if they saw anyone strange. Some said they saw a man around, but no one knew who he was. One evening, I was sitting on my balcony when I saw a shadow move across the street. I turned to look, and there he was again, camera raised, aiming at my window. I didn't think. I grabbed my phone and snapped a picture of him. When I showed it to my neighbor the next day, she gasped. "Wait, that's the guy from the old case," she said. "The one who stalked the girl a few years back. He disappeared after she reported him." That's when it hit me, this wasn't random. He knew me. He'd been watching me for a while, waiting. I moved out that week. I changed my number, my job, everything. It's been months, and I haven't seen him since. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still feel like someone's watching, like I'm never really alone. I never thought I'd say this, but dressing rooms can be creepy as hell. Not the usual kind of creepy, like an old abandoned building or something. No, this was one of those typical mall dressing rooms, the kind with the cheap curtains, fluorescent lighting buzzing overhead, and that weird, muffled silence that somehow makes every little sound way louder. You know the vibe. Anyway, it started off like any other day. I was out shopping for a jacket, nothing fancy, just something to replace the one I'd ruined in the rain the week before. I'd been at the mall for maybe an hour, trying on a few jackets here and there, when I finally picked one to try on. The jacket was decent, but I wasn't totally sold yet. So I went into one of the dressing rooms near the back, hoping it'd be quiet and private. I shut the curtain behind me and sat down on the little bench to take off my hoodie. The walls were those thin, painted plywood kind, the kind where you can hear muffled conversations from outside and maybe even footsteps. There was a little vent in the ceiling above me, the kind you usually ignore, but this one was a bit crooked, like someone had tried to pry it open once or twice. So I was halfway through trying the jacket when I heard it, just barely at first, a little whisper, so faint I thought maybe I was imagining things. "Don't come out yet." I froze. I wasn't sure if it came from the vent or from somewhere else, but it was definitely a voice, and it was close. Way too close. I stayed still, heart pounding, trying to convince myself it was some kind of prank or a weird echo. The mall wasn't packed, but there were definitely people around. Probably some kid messing with the dressing rooms, right? But something about the voice didn't sound like a joke. It was urgent, low, almost desperate. I pulled the curtain just a tiny bit open, peeking around to see if anyone was outside. The hallway was empty. No sign of anyone close enough to have whispered from the vent. I closed the curtain again, trying to shake it off, but then I heard it again, same voice, same whisper, just a little louder this time. "Don't come out yet." I was halfway through pulling the jacket off when I realized I couldn't move. My hands just stopped. The blood in my ears sounded loud and heavy, and I kept listening, trying to figure out if there was more, like footsteps or anything else. But all I could hear was that soft buzz of the mall's air conditioning and faint chatter somewhere far off. I thought about just yelling out, "Is someone there?" But my voice caught in my throat. It felt like whatever was outside that vent was waiting for me to panic, to freak out. Then the lights flickered. Just for a second, but it felt like the whole room got darker, like a shadow stretched across the walls. When the lights came back on, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a reflection in the mirror, but I saw it again, a shadow moving across the little gap between the ceiling tiles right next to the vent. My mind was racing. Who the hell was up there? And why were they whispering at me? I remember grabbing my phone, but my hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I wanted to call someone 911 or a mall security guard, but the signal inside the dressing room was terrible. It just showed no service. The vent was narrow, and I couldn't see inside, but I imagined someone crawling around in that tiny space, watching me, waiting. I sat on the bench, clutching the jacket, debating whether to make a run for it or wait it out. I figured if I ran, maybe I'd get up fast enough and find someone who could help. But something about the voice, how it said "don't come out yet," made me think that whatever was up there didn't want me to leave. So I stayed still. I told myself it was probably some homeless guy or a kid who got stuck or something like that. But as the minutes passed, I started hearing more. Not words, but noises, soft shuffles, like nails scratching on metal or slow scraping sounds from above the vent. I tried to stay calm, breathing slowly, but my mind wouldn't stop racing. I kept thinking about how thin those dressing room walls were. If he was really up there, there was no way I was safe. Then the buzzing started, not the fluorescent lights, but a different sound. Like a faint humming, almost mechanical, but uneven. I couldn't figure out if it was something plugged in or just the mall's ventilation being weird. But it was louder around the vent. I decided I had to try again. I pulled the curtain just a crack open and looked out. Empty hallway. No one. I crept out slowly, eyes scanning left and right. The vent was just above me on the ceiling, the cover barely hanging on one side. I could see the dark opening inside it now. For a second, I thought I saw a pair of eyes staring back. My skin crawled. I backed away and grabbed the phone again. This time, the signal was back. I called security. A woman answered, sounding bored. I told her what was happening, that I heard someone whisper through the vent in the dressing room and that I thought someone was hiding up there. She said she'd send someone over. I waited near the dressing rooms, keeping my back to the wall. The mall felt way quieter than usual, like the noise had drained out of it. After maybe 10 minutes, 2 security guards showed up. I showed them the vent, told them what I'd heard. They looked at each other, then one of them grabbed a flashlight and a screwdriver. He climbed a little step stool and pried the vent open. That's when things got real. Inside the vent, just folded up, was a sweatshirt and some tools, a small crowbar, a pocket knife, a roll of duct tape. The guards said they'd look around for whoever left it there, and I stayed by the dressing room, phone in hand. Then one guard came back and told me to wait. He checked the security cameras. I felt relief for a minute, but then the guard's face changed when he looked at the screen. He showed me the footage. The video was grainy, but you could see a guy thin, wearing a hoodie, crawl into the vent space above the dressing rooms. He was up there for hours, moving quietly. Then, at one point, he poked his head out through the vent just like I imagined, whispering at the camera. And here's the worst part, the timestamp showed he'd been inside while the mall was still open, even when I was trying on that jacket. The guards called the police. They swept the area but found no one. I didn't go back to that mall for weeks. I changed stores, started shopping online. I even told my friends what happened, but they kind of shrugged it off, probably thought I was overreacting or imagining it. But that whispering voice, the one telling me not to come out, I still hear it sometimes when I'm alone at night, and it makes me check every vent in the room. Because if someone can crawl into a vent in a crowded mall and watch you for hours without anyone noticing, then who's really safe?